Hey, hi, hello. Welcome to the Pedal Party. I'm your host, Buttercup, animator, illustrator, and sequential artist. I also feel like I'm a little, like, shadowier than usual. Hold on, I'm gonna fuck with my settings. Where's my filters at? There they are. Let's turn up the brightness. Oh, that's too... Lower the contrast. How about that? Higher brightness, lower contrast, maybe? Higher gamma. Oh, there we go. Details. There. Now I look indie film ready. How are we looking? Yeah. There we go. Got that Wes Anderson vibe going. I am the only person up, and Jasper the cat is feeling pretty rowdy, so pretty high likelihood of a lot more frustration than normal in gameplay, because the likelihood of Jasper interrupting in service of his own interests is likely, if not possible. Likely, if not possible, likely. Well, hold on. Possible, if not likely. Yeah, that seems right. Possible, if not likely. Although he does seem comfy under the bed right now. All right, we got no money, but our build is solid, right? Yeah. This has effects on it. Rot. Gain 2% crit chance on bonus after each kill. Max 10% after you take damage. You lose that. Earn 10% more bright blood for each danger gauge. Parry adds 5% damage to blade attacks for the next 3 seconds. Okay, so if we were... And what's map unavailable? Ooh, fix that glitch. Fix that glitch, bitch. Let's just go collect some bright blood. I think that we're lush enough, like build wise right now, that it's justifiable to just fuck around. How many cores we got? 8 cores. How many do we need for the thing I wanted? 5, I think. So we could spend 3 cores to maybe buff ourselves a little bit. Yeah, we need to, whatever those things are called, darknesses. %, for every gear that has that status effect. Oh wait, we need 5. Oh, interesting. This costs 2. This costs 1. How many slots is it? Plus 1 slot. We could shoot for a rot build. Three? Why does it cost 3? Jesus Christ. More vault slots. Increases by 2. Okay, yeah, I think we're gonna buy one of these. Regretfully use one of these. Activate it. And shoot for a rot build. Hi, Layla. Did you see my texts? I sent a couple more after sending you the Ohira MAD music anime Dolga. I did and responded. Oh, then maybe not. Yeah. I sent a couple more because I came across a Masaki Yuasa one, and then I saw another Shinya Ohira one. I sent you follow-ups. After watching the Masaki Yuasa one, I was kind of like not won over because I'm having a lot of complicated feelings as an animator right now. Yeah, I has no idea Shinya made so much Yuasa stuff. Yeah, he's a pretty steady go-to for Yuasa. Hayao Miyazaki likes hiring him for Studio Ghibli movies. Let's upgrade. I mean, what I want is more everything, but I guess just getting a little more damage could be good. Legend. Oh, a little more damage. And we need a thing for that. Okay, so why not? Ooh, more crit? It's only cost 1. And then 2. We have 8 total. Okay. Uh-oh, I almost did battery. I don't want battery, I want more health. Okay, now we're out of stuff, but I wonder, they don't let you, no, okay, the upgrades are permanent. You can't re-roll your stats, which is unfortunate. Okay. It's fine though. We're getting stronger. Oh, new face. What do you mean new face? Oh, you saw the other character? Yeah, I can't actually use her yet. I need to unlock that. Oh, I forgot. How do you unlock it? I never thought to check. The character had a cuter face for a sec. Yeah. That's another playable character, but I haven't unlocked them yet. Okay, let's just go around collecting stuff. We're close to this sort of. So I think that's where we'll go. You got anything in here? Hell yeah. Then we can just kind of this. Yeah, I forgot. Wait, what was that? There was a sound. My guy made a sound. I don't know why though. Hello. Skill blades. I don't have skill blades. I got dual blades. 20% rail fire rate. I'll take it just to sell it. I'm a little hurt. Oh, that's unused. Dual blades do gain 20% damage. Don't mind if I do. That's what I got. I'm doing 20% more damage now. Heck yeah. Oh, who saw me? Hello. Okay. Fuck. What's going on? Something happened. Okay. I was trying specifically to get away from that, so that's unfortunate that that was the consequence. Is that I didn't get away from it, I just am getting comboed to death. Hello, yes. How can you do 2 attacks at once? What the fuck? No, oh my god, I'm gonna die. Hold on. How am I? He won't die. What's happening with this? Like, he's got 1 HP and you just won't die. This is a glitch. You hate to see it. This thing, I need to run away from it because it won't die. Okay. You're glitched out, bud. I gotta go. I gotta go because you're glitched. You're gonna keep chasing me too. Oh, I've already done this. No! Huh? Gunner? Missile boy. Cube with AV, thank you for the follow. Hello. Yes, I'm here to fight you specifically. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Please feel free to bend to my will. Oh, yes, 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 yes. I need... Oh wait, hold on. First. Who's that? Who's coming for me? Okay. There's more enemies around. Increase rail fire. Rail does 40% damage to low health. I think I kind of want that more than this. Oh, fuck. Ooh! Oh, hello. Yeah, we'll fight you first. Oh. God damn it. Oh, man. That's what I didn't want to happen. Hello. Gear. Light armor. Do we have any armor on? We do have armor on. Let's cache it. No! Oh, okay. So it's okay for now. Gems. Gems. Bright blood. Okay. So we did that. Let's go to a boss. A boss? A boss. We've got enough money to spend on a heal before we get there. Like a boss. Oh my god, y'all are glitched, so we're not fucking around. We're not fucking around, sorry. Because y'all are glitched. Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. I do need this. Probably should have checked to see if there was gonna be a way to get up there from here before just jumping, but we didn't, so... Maybe we just head due south. Oh, okay, cool. I didn't realize this was due south. I would really like to petition for a feature that allows you to lock the map north. Is that a thing that I could just do? No. Fixed radar rotation. Oh my god. Thank you. Oh my god. Yes. I think they should phrase that differently though. I would call it like lock map north or something like that. Do we want to try and get whatever that is? It could be a rot dual blade. Oh, we already got this, didn't we? Yeah. Hello? Okay, I was like, where are you? Is that a gunner? It is. I like how much damage we're doing. I don't like that the game still sucks to play. Ooh. Consecutive melee combo hits increase blade damage by 5% resets after combo while aiming. I think we're good on this. I came here for the sword. Where'd the sword go? Huh? Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. We need a feature that allows us to lock on and stay locked on despite other things happening. Is there someone behind me? There is. I see you. No, I didn't. There isn't. False recognition. Consecutive melee combos. I wish I could put it in my cache. All right, the sword is inside the zone now. Hate that. Let's... Oh, we went the wrong way. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Y'all spawn down there? Good for you. Leave me alone. This is so unwise. I'm hoping that RNGesus has shined on us this day. Nope. Nice. Hello, would anyone like to come to me? Thank you. I came here for the sword. Where's the sword? Sword's up here. Do I need a key? Don't have a key. Don't have any sort of keys. Wait, who saw me? I need both of y'all to leave me alone. No! Oh my god. Why would you do that? Okay. Get me out of here! What the fuck? The thing's happening. The thing that I don't like is happening. Why? See, it auto aims, but then when the thing that I actually is right in front of me. Yeah, come at me, please. I don't have balance blades. I fully intended to go get a heal. And then forgot. Huh? Ooh, okay. I did want to kill you, so I'm glad that you did that, but it was instinct alone that saved me. Hello? It says there's an enemy right in front of me. Okay. Oh, nice. More lore. I love lore. Rot blades, rot dual blades. Damn. Gambling. We gambling. That's bad. This is bad. I might die right now. Okay. We're kind of safe. We go due south. Try and find a shrine. Y'all see a shrine, holler. Holler at me. Holler at me if you see a shrine. Sometimes there are shrines near boss arenas. Need a heal. Hello. Interested in finding a shrine. Shrine. Looking for a shrine. Only seeing bugs. 0 shrines, only bugs. Shrines glow with a majestic radiance. We're looking for the majestic radiance of a shrine. Oh, stuck in the terrain. Oh, hello. God damn it, it still took damage. Discord? Sure. Give me a bit, just cause game's dangerous and difficult. Oh, you can do that? You can do that? Okay, I think I should be okay for like 10 seconds while I log into Discord. We are in Discord. Okay. Looking for a shrine. Shrines usually have like a cool like thing above them that indicate that they are shrines. Aha! Yes, yes. I'm gonna pass on refilling my med kit because we're actually just gonna get out of here and then respawn right next to the boss arena.
Hello?
Hello!
Howdy.
Did you watch the other,
I did, and I figured it would be more efficient to respond over voice than over text.
Gotcha.
My first thought when I saw the first Shinya video was, I wonder if this is the person who did the thing in Kill Bill. And so I'm glad the second Shinya video confirms that.
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't clock that until, yeah, I saw the clip, and then my brain was like, how do I explain it? There was a clip of Oren's dad uppercutting one of the assassins, right? From Kill Bill. And I like didn't remember what it was from. I just remembered seeing the animation before, so I played it back and I was like, oh my god, this is from Kill Bill. Oh my god, he probably directed that entire sequence from Kill Bill. And I was like, he did?
Yeah, it's all quite consistent.
Yeah. He also directed a episode for the Animatrix, The Kid, you know?
Oh, I like that one. The kid who like can see the thing that's not there and there's a bunch of cats in it.
Yes.
That might have been my favorite one, actually.
Oh, actually, wait, were there cats in it? You can see. No. Sorry, that's Morimoto. What's his first name?
Oh, not the Your Name guy.
No, not Your Name. Koji Morimoto.
Koji Morimoto. I don't know who he is. I feel like Yuasa and Shinya's style is more suited to the one about the runner.
Right. That wasn't them either, though. That was the guy who did Redline. The kid. Okay, so what you're remembering is that one's called. It's the one where they find the glitch, right? The one with the kids.
Yeah.
That's the Koji Morimoto one. The one that I'm thinking about is called The Kid, and it's one of the only okay, so there are 4 episodes in the Animatrix that are like canon in that they are mentioned elsewhere in the movies.
I just assumed the whole Animatrix was canon.
They are all canon, but they're not like canon in the sense that they feed directly into the movie. I guess 5 of them, because there's the all CGI one about the Asian lady and the black dude who are like sparring, and then it turns into this whole, they go on a mission and everybody dies while they're basically doing the same thing that happens at the beginning of Star Wars, where it's like a bunch of people are trying to get a message to the people to let them know that like we've been discovered, right? That's like the plot of that one. And then there's the 2 Second Renaissance episodes, which are just literally history. And then there's The Kid, which is the one that I'm thinking about, and maybe the other one. I feel like there's another one that's like mentioned in the story, but I can't. Maybe I'm misremembering. But so The Kid, there's a character in Matrix Reloaded where they arrive at Zion for the first time, and this kid walks up to Neo and he's like, "Neo, thanks so much for saving me." And Neo's like, "You saved yourself, dude." And that's a reference to the Animatrix episode that was directed by Shinya Ohira. You hear me okay? Yeah, where there's this kid, he is in high school, and he like suspects that the Matrix is real. He tries to reach out to contact Neo. Neo doesn't respond, but then a bunch of agents come to him at his school, and he skateboards through the hallways, like escaping all the yeah. And then he like goes to the roof of the school, and like, this is not a great message in any way, shape, or form, but he's like, "Neo, I believe in you," and then jumps off the roof and then wakes up in the Nebuchadnezzar.
Yeah, after reading Bakuman, I'm kind of surprised they let that be the plot.
Wait, what do you mean?
And also because there's so much of an emphasis on like, we can't like depict things that would be potentially harmful to kids or
No, that makes sense.
Also, side note, my dad like kind of did that as a kid. Not jumping off a window, but he seems to have had one of those delusions that the world is fake when he was little.
Yeah.
And the idea that obviously stop me if you've heard this party, that if he could just like move fast enough, he could see like the people who were putting on the puppet show of the world.
Yeah. my younger sibling, the Matrix triggered that in them. Like they previously did not have that belief, and then watched the Matrix and was like, wait a second.
Woof. This makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I was like,
and so his older brother had 2 tricycles. He had 0 tricycles. I think he was like 4 or 5 when this happened. Actually, no, he must have been 5 or 6.
What's like the idea of people being that age and being convinced of like being trapped in a distinct unreality is really super bonkers to me, because I'm like,
no,
4?
I looked
like what?
It's a not common, but it's a documented like mental delusion that just happens sometimes.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that it happened to my sibling, but like it happened to them when they were like late teens, early 20s, versus your dad being like 4 and being like, I need to escape. I need to reach escape velocity out of the world. Like, okay. Yeah.
And so older brother has 2 tricycles, dad has 0 tricycles. But the person taking care of him was just like, hey, your brother's not around and it's stupid that he has 2 tricycles, like you can play with this one. And he's just like, this is my opportunity. With this, I can go fast enough. And he just like guns it for a brick wall.
Fascinating.
But at the very last second, he's like, wait, what if the world isn't fake? And I'm just gonna hit this brick wall at like full speed. And so he like just barely like starts to slow down, and presumably that's what prevented him from getting like more injured. But yeah, he totals the tricycle.
Yeah, as you do.
And at the beginning of the story, I was like, man, it's bullshit that your brother had 2 tricycles and you had 0. And then I was like, wait, but after about 5 minutes of having tricycle privileges, you
tried to escape reality.
Maybe they weren't 100% wrong there.
Yeah.
No, they were still wrong, but you know.
You fully attempted to what is it? The thing from the book series that must not be named, like station 9.5 or something like that, line 9.5. You fully attempted to break through the boundary of reality.
Also, like thinking back on this story, another like very funny part of this is a like 5-year-old being like, yes, a 5-year-old on a tricycle is enough to break through the Matrix.
Yeah.
That'll do it. I don't think that I convinced my sibling. I think that they just grew out of the fixation. Which sibling, if it's not bad to share?
Huh?
Which sibling?
There's a 50-50 chance that your first guess will be correct. Hold on. Give me a second though.
That's the only reason why I want to know, actually.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of, I'll just say the tall one. knowing that you know what I mean. Yeah. It was me all along. I'm kidding. Yeah. But my argument when discussing it with them, which was frustrating, was that like I was like, okay, but here's the thing, right? Like, what material difference what textural and material difference will your life have if you escape the Matrix? And they simply couldn't answer that question, and I think that helped wear them down a little bit, right? I was like you think that
you go by Matrix rules, your life is only going to get worse. And if you go by Matrix rules, isn't that just like another level of the Matrix?
Yes, exactly. Also true. Yes.
So that's a double no for me.
I'm in trouble.
person who does not share this delusion. But I have plenty of my own. But yeah, also I love that the Yuasa video, like about half of it is stuff I've never seen, because I've never seen a Crayon Shinchan.
Oh shit. I don't know how long I need to wait till my shit reloads. Hi.
Also, I'm so grateful to Shinya for doing the like extremely important fart scene in Mind Game.
Mind Game? Oh. It's fart scene in Mind Game.
Vitally, crucially important fart scene.
Got it. Okay, let's get out of here. Sorry, I was in the middle of a boss fight and succeeded a little bit.
Congratulations.
I'll save that for now. Gain 200% blade damage, reduce HP by 35%. Our increases crit chance by 5%. This was really clutch. Earn 10% bright blood for each danger gauge. I'm not really strapped for bright blood right now. Blue says Benadryl is dancing around on my lap, trying to avoid the brush. The brush. Oh no,
brush.
not the brush. We got a key for that too.
Little Benny.
Little Benny. Oh, what was it that you were saying? Because I feel like there's a part of my brain that was locked into the fight in a way that maybe.
I was saying, after watching the second Shinya video, I am now extremely grateful to Shinya for animating the very crucial fart scene in Mind Game.
Mind Game. What's Mind Game? Do I know that?
It's Yuasa's movie.
Oh,
maybe
a fart scene. I don't think I saw it. No.
You know, the first like 20 minutes are like cringe on multiple levels, and I almost didn't finish it. And now somehow it has gone over that to be one of my favorite movies.
Interesting phenomenologically interesting.
But yeah, major content warning for the first like 20-ish minutes.
Okay.
But the premise is that a guy who is a sort of self-identified loser goes back to his hometown, bumps into like the girl of his dreams from his youth or whatever, who's getting harassed by like a mob goon, and he gets shot and dies. But he manages to slip past God and get like a few do-overs on life, which he uses to snatch his like the woman and her sister away from the mob goons, and they wind up driving a car off a bridge into the mouth of a whale, and then they just kind of chill there for a while.
That's the plot of this, and this is one, of course it's one of your favorites. I really enjoy when the world makes sense, is a thing that I privilege in my mind. Because I like solving puzzles, and so the more times the world makes sense, the more I enjoy it. When the plot of something is just like Yeah, this just purely follows dream logic. That's like a guaranteed way to have me like, okay, well, this is for someone else then.
It may not be for you.
Yeah.
Very well may not be for you.
Yes.
But if you want to know what the all-important fart scene is about,
There's a
you
part of me
at
that
least have to
does. There's a
watch
part
like
of me that's like,
you have to
maybe I'm
watch at
good.
least the last like 15 minutes,
Okay.
and you'll get there.
Art scene is oh my god. Yeah. No. Oh my god. Fall in the water, please. Oh my god. That would make me so happy. Fall in the water. I need everyone to chill the fuck out. I don't think you will, but that's what I need. That's a thing that I desire deeply, is for everyone to chill the fuck out.
And Blue says, I'm trying to get him and Claritin used to being brushed, and they're giving me the chase. Blue Rose Moon, have you ever read the book The Trainable Cat by, I think her name is like Sarah something? She helps you get into the mind of the cat. Highly recommend.
Cat strats. Oh, what the fuck? You're not supposed to be able to load in here. What the fuck, dude? No, 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 no. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's all cat strats. I highly recommend.
I'm gonna die. Ooh. Okay, we live,
Cool.
kind of. Oh.
Let me know if you do. I gained so much joy from somebody checking out a suggestion I made.
I need to get this dude first. No, oh my god.
And I guess I trained my ex's cat to not meow. I'm not really much of a cat trainer, but I do think it helped me with my dog training.
A trainable cat.
Oh yeah, B-Cup, you are a cat guardian now.
Guardian. I've been trying to remember that word. I mean, like, there's another word I think that I want to use, but I can't think of what it is. Cat.
Roommate?
Yeah, I used to say like the animal I live with, or like when I say animal, like in brackets, right? Like the cat I live with, the dog I live with. But I feel like there's a better word, because like, do I consider myself?
It's called the trainable cat. The trainable cat.
Yeah, I think that Galaxy will definitely benefit from.
Blue says I call them my companions.
Yeah. I think I'm hesitant to do that on the basis that I don't know how, like, I don't have any internal sense of permanence around it. It's kind of like when you first start dating someone, but rather than being like my partner, you're like the person I'm dating. That's how I feel currently.
I feel like companion doesn't imply any amount of permanence.
It feels like it does to me though, and that's the
Like you could just
thing.
have a traveling companion and you're just like on the same bus together.
Right, but like for the duration of that journey. And if you just call a person your companion, to where, you know, it's almost got a sort of telic or telic undercurrent to it. You've joined me for something, and it's like, okay. Okay, we got a little bit more narrative for the game. Does it explain how? Oh, okay. The Abyss Lord gave the Crying Wolf some powers, and they attacked our the person who runs our place. This person, Ferris Bit. Sorry, you got attacked, Ferris. That sucks.
Also, because for Bakuman, definitely for the first like 90% of it, I thought that the plot line of we won't see each other until we're married was a strategy to like not even have to write the the love interest.
Really?
And I do still think that's true.
Okay. Interesting.
But I do think they at least kind of justified it in the end.
Yeah, I did not see it as that as an excuse. I saw it as like I had a sort of relationship. I've had multiple relationships in my life that are similar to that, and it seems very autistic to me. The idea of
That
like,
it is.
yeah,
That it is for sure.
yeah,
And there's one thing that Duo is going to do. They're going to write an extremely autistic character.
yeah. I don't remember all of their stories because I'm watching
I'm
the
just
anime
going
right
based
now.
off of L in Death Note.
Oh, okay, yeah. um but I'm rewatching the anime and I just got like the dub only goes to episode 7, and episode 7 is when they get rejected for the Tezuka award for the first time, and their submission was like another Earth, the Another Earth
The Two
fanfic.
Earths.
Yeah, the Two Earths. And and now they're working on another sci-fi story. But yeah, I didn't see it as an excuse to not write that character, because like I there's an interesting thing that's similar to my experience or my feelings around why I write non-verbal segments in my comic, is like sometimes you can communicate things like not more complexly, because I don't think there's like a hierarchy here, but like the sorts of choices that the characters make non-verbally are reflective of their character in a way that like gives them a really defined shape. And the idea of this person being like she has agency, you know, like the dude comes at her and is like, you know, like I want to do this thing, and she's like, that's fucking cool. And then the other dude is like, yeah, and I'm gonna be the artist, and if we succeed, will you marry me? And it's like she didn't just like fold in the moment. She was like, bro, that's a little extreme, I need to think about that. But then she was like, wait a second, no, like I need the motivation as much as he does. Yes, like let this be the thing that motivates us. We've had a crush on each other since fucking like since kindergarten. Let's go for it, or fourth grade or something. um and yeah, and like even up to episode 7, they like started showing her taking her voice acting classes, and showing how she's characterized like through interactions with her mom, sort of talking about her temperament and sensibilities. I know how you feel about the mom's character
I
design,
hate
and
the
I
mom's
agree.
character design so much.
I agree.
And I can only imagine it is worse when it's like moving those big ass ringlets.
No, the animation is not stellar in the TV show, so it's like oh, how do I unlock these?
Also offensive to me is the fact that 10 years later at the end, the mom has the same hairstyle.
Yeah. Listen, she's just a very girly girl. And what are you gonna do when a girly girl is girly? Nothing. There's nothing you can do. I'm not. This is not an excuse. I agree with you wholeheartedly.
I figured this
okay,
was
yeah.
tongue in cheek.
Yes.
What else? Yeah, so definitely I feel like they are treating the character like I like the treatment of the character up until I think the arc where she's like tapped to be a voice actor for one of their rivals. And it feels like after that, we like barely see her at all until her arc at the end.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like I said, I wasn't mad at it. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah. It's like, I see. So you just made it so they can't talk so that she can't talk.
It's also like, how do you make the most idealized, like blank slate, project whatever you want onto it, like love interest character? Easy. You make her inaccessible except through text messages.
Okay, where are we going?
But don't worry, everyone acknowledges she's a babe.
Yeah, but don't worry, everyone thinks she's hot as hell, so that's what's important. God damn it. Yeah. I mean, I've got a lot of complaints isn't the right word for how I feel about the series.
Maybe notes?
Yeah, or just like general negative sentiment that's just derived from like I'm not a fan of the art style. I'm not a massive fan of the
I will say for the comic, I like the art style more as it goes on because they become more expressive. Eventually.
Yeah. Flash
And
step
silly even.
increases crit chance by 25%. What the fuck? I gotta take that. What do I replace this with? Crit. 2% crit chance bonus after each kill. Dual blades do 20% damage. Rail. Okay, I guess I gotta get rid of all. Like, I'm a crit chance baby now. What? Okay, interesting. All right, we're gonna jump in here and mob a bunch of dudes. Is what's gonna happen. Hopefully, y'all aren't unkillable like you were in that other time.
But yeah, through this, I learned at my heart of hearts, I really am a shonen fan because nothing touches me more than the idea of rivals who are homies who improve each other through their rivalry.
Rivals that are homies who improve each other by their rivalry. Is that how you would describe? Wait, which characters are we thinking about when talking about
It's
that?
like all of them, honestly.
Okay, yeah.
Like obviously their principal rival is Crow Guy, AG.
AG, yeah. Or no, wait. Why is my brain saying no?
AG Nizuma.
Who am I thinking about? AG Aonuma? It's spelled differently. Why though? AG Aonuma. Who is AG Aonuma?
I have no idea who that is.
Brain, what's going on, Brain? We're critting all over the place, buddy. All right, we're doing a lot of damage in a really good way. It's making me want to hold on to this build for the win because we're just like we've reached the there's a phenomenon that happens in some roguelikes where you just reach a level of like overpoweredness that you can face tank a bunch of stuff, and I'm enjoying being that powerful, but we can easily throw it away by accident if we try too hard to just take everything for granted. So what we're gonna do right now is try and get home so that we can refill our health. Oh, what? What the fuck was that? Oh, God. There's a part of me, though, that is a little bit curious to know if... Oh, okay, that was bad. Bad things are happening. Hello. Okay, I'm glad I saw y'all before more bad things happen. Stop. Come back. Okay. Don't need that. This is a weapon, though. And it could be helpful for the build. It is not helpful for the build. We'll turn it into money. Can you look up who A.G. Aonuma is? And why I can't remember who this person is. A.G. Aonuma. Aonuma. Don't need to go that way? Where am I going? Oh. Oh, wait, hold on. Which... Okay, yeah, no. We'll leave the shrine that we last stopped at. Hello. Yeah, I remember your ass. Where? Wait, where's the gun? It's in here? It is. Who landed near me? Okay. I don't have any heals left. We need to hurry.
Okay, it looks like Eiji Aonuma is a Japanese video game designer.
Oh, okay.
And producer at Nintendo.
Nintendo, right. Okay, got you. No, okay.
He was the producer of the Legend of Zelda franchise.
Mm-hmm. Yes, correct.
So, thank you, Aonuma. I think I can attribute like 5% of my carpal tunnel, maybe even 10, just to you.
From Breath of the Wild.
Not just Breath of the Wild.
You're a all around Zelda person.
No, I've never played like Wind Waker. I've only played every Zelda game that you can play on a Game Boy Advance. And Breath of the Wild.
Okay.
Oh, and one other one that made it to the Switch, but I forget what it's called. They're on like an island.
Link's Awakening?
Think so. Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. I need to go right back in and fight the nearest boss and win in order to get the upgrade that I need to be able to heal twice, which is what I've been working towards this entire time. I've got no way of doing more rot damage, but that's the focus that I need to make because I get a 20% increase to my damage.
And for my part, I need to do my dishes, take my meds, shower, and finish a friend project so that I can work on personal projects.
Friend project for personal projects. Okay. We got this. I fight the boss and then go to work. You do your what would you call them? Activities.
Chores.
Chores. I don't think we'll win the full, like, triple, like, get a full clear this time around, but I feel a little bit confident that I'll be able to beat this boss, which is a strange feeling given that I've done so poorly up until this point. Okay, take me to here. I'm not even going to try and do anything but just beeline for boss fight, maybe even grab
Yes.
try and grab what do you call it on the way? Let me in, coach. Okay. I call him my oh, that's right. That was Blue telling me your thoughts about the terminology.
I made one of my favorite dishes last night, and now that I remember it, I'm just like, I should just make this all the time.
Confirmed.
It's called fish fragrant eggplant, but it has no fish in it.
Fuck. Hello? Oh. No, no, run. Run, bitch, run. I'm gonna die. Oh, fuck. So close. Did I have enough? I think we're just gonna go right back in. Oh, my rot gun's gone. Fuck me. No. Okay. Fuck. Wait, what was the food? I was trying to listen, but I was like I was in one of the most intense fights that I've been in the whole game.
Makes sense. It's called fish fragrant eggplant.
Fish fragrant eggplant.
But no fish.
But it uses fish. Does it smell like fish though?
No, actually, I never really thought about this because before I knew how to make it, I just assumed it had a fish sauce in it. Why is it called that? It doesn't smell like fish at all. And it's not like I looked up the vegan recipe, like the regular recipe, 0 fish. But I was very proud because my sister, who apparently does not like eggplant, still liked it.
And the intense hopes of re-rolling just the best, like there's no chance that this will work. I'm re-rolling to try and get a rot gun.
Okay.
Because that was the clutch component of our last fight. Burn. There's a gun that burns. Spend my money on a gun that burns. Fuck. So sad. Wait, you said your sister likes eggplant? Is that what you're sharing?
My sister, who does not like eggplant, still liked the dish.
Oh. I'm trying to think. I like an eggplant parmesan. That's like my, like, I will accept this iteration of eggplant, but I don't know if I've ever like what my default relationship to eggplant is. Feels negative. Feels very squishy.
I don't think you would like this dish, based on the foods that I know that you like. But I do make a very compelling eggplant parm. The secret ingredient is anchovies.
I thus far have not enjoyed anchovies on anything, so we'll see. We'll see about that. Also,
so you don't taste the anchovy. It just kind of like disintegrates into the marinara sauce.
Interesting. Okay. Secret ingredient. It's truly secret because you can't taste it.
And I know that I am fish obsessed and love fish in almost all forms. I've never tried gefilte fish. I feel like I probably wouldn't like that though. Almost all forms. And I do actually like just eating like an anchovy by itself. But yeah, no, you can't actually taste the anchovy.
Okay. Take your word for it. And also, if you can imagine making a vegan version of it, I would happily accept.
I have. It's not as good. There's really nothing. There is no vegan equivalent of an anchovy. I fear you either have an anchovy or you do not.
I see. Okay, a thing that I need to do in this fight is what do I need to do? I can't remember now. Does a flame attack? Oh, I need to have my drone out early so that I can summon it again later.
This guy looks like that crab
comboing the fuck out of me.
Sexually dimorphic.
I'm already dead because, oh my god, he's comboing the fuck out of me and all of his ads. No, oh my god. I keep trying to parry him and I'm mistiming all of my things by like a second. So if I was able to properly time it, then I think I'd be in better shape here, but too late. Fuck! Now the ads are back. Okay, I need to run. I need to run. Oh, fuck me. What's happening? Okay. Get me out. Get me out. Okay, okay. Oh, hit the button. Fuck. No. Huh? Oh. Damn, I died from fucking... damage. Now I don't have my weapon. I'm broke. I don't have my weapon. I don't have my drone. I basically have no way of beating him at this point unless I perfect parry every single attack. Very silly thing to propose. There's no way that's happening. I'm just gonna jump back in though. I don't have any other choice. I'm desperate. There's an item that this boss drops that I need in order to give myself like a fighting chance going forward. And if I can't beat him, then I might as well start over. Ooh, so frustrating. I don't have any money, but I need a weapon. Oof. Okay. Got nothing. Okay, we just go back in because we got nothing. So okay. So it's beneficial for me to flank the mobs, the ads, and fight as many of them without getting hit as possible so that I can increase my crit chance, then just wail on the boss, stop when they start winding up an attack so that I can parry it. That's been unsuccessful so far. My timing is dog shit. Ugh. But I've only got 2 more attempts, so we're gonna take what we can get. Yes, I know. Take me there. I want to go there. Not true. I don't want to go there. I just want it to be over. No, don't fight anything. Just get thee to the next place we need to go.
Are you able to intake information?
For the next 30 seconds, yes.
Aonuma landed a job at Nintendo without ever having played a video game, and he and 70 other Nintendo employees have a brass band called the Wind Wakers.
Did they make the band after or before Zelda, Legend of Zelda Wind Waker?
It must have been before because it says it was formed in 1995.
Yeah.
And I don't think Wind Waker is that old.
No, Wind Waker I think came out in 2000. Yeah.
Oh, but he plays percussion.
Interesting. Aonuma. Okay, ads first this time. I hit the button. What the fuck is happening? Okay, I just hate this game now. there's only one thing that I'm trying to do, and the game simply is disallowing me the possibility because I'm just like timing things slightly off. Fuck. And if you try and parry, the punishment window is so bad, is so rough. Oh my god, what the fuck? Fuck. Okay, just put me right back in. God damn it. Hi, Faye. I'm angry. I like... The game taunts itself, touts itself as like, you know, it's difficult. The thing that you have to do in order to succeed is parry. Like when an enemy is about to attack, but the parry window is really tight, which is the thing that I've had difficulty with in other games. And I'm just really frustrated because it would be really nice if that window were just a little bit wider so that, because I'm hitting the right button, but I'm like, it's not even that I'm not playing the rhythm game. It's that I think I'm playing the rhythm game and I'm proven wrong over and over and over again. So it's like, I'm like, okay, I want to participate in this system. And the game is like, sorry, you're like too, like your somatic intelligence is too low to do this in a way that other people are apparently very capable of. And that is really frustrating. Like at the game, I mean, angry at the game, sure, but like being confronted with things that would annoy me will annoy me multiple times more than they normally would because I'm generally frustrated. It's directionless anger. Because like, am I mad at the game? Yeah, but like I'm mad at the devs for not taking into consideration like people who are coming at this with like different mobility needs and shit. It's like, okay. And like I like hard games. I like FromSoft games. I complain as much about those games as I do this one. But the thing that's frustrating about this game is like how few opportunities you get to attempt to get better at it. And then when you do, the punishment for it is just so high. Okay, would you prefer I leave? No, not asking you to leave, just asking you to be aware. Prefer you leave? No. Again, a thing that I would like people to notice, to remember about this space is that I am mentally and emotionally prepared for there being thousands of people in it at the same time. So there's no individual person who, unless they are like actively and aggressively disrupting multiple other people in this space, like that's the only way that there would be an individual person who I'd be like, get out of here. Everyone is welcome, even when I'm angry. I'm just like, you know, letting you be aware so that if there's any sort of inclination on your part to do something that you think I might find frustrating, like, ah, fuck. Okay. Fuck! Fuck. Oh, okay, okay, yeah. Just shit from fully off screen, and then when I go to aim... Oh! So frustrating. How could I possibly have been pointing in that direction? Tell me, please. Oh my god. I'm gonna wait until the next major update before I play the game again, because this is actually infuriating. Theoretically speaking, this would be beneficial. Okay. I'm gonna play another game so that I can at least get my internal space regulated. I'm gonna do a run of Hades 2. Even if I lose there, I'll still feel okay compared to this game. There's a thing that people talk about in games that have a high difficulty, and it's like, when you lose, you feel like it's because you did something wrong. You misread something. And in this game, at the current build of it, it feels like it's because the game not misread your input, but like just didn't care about what it is that you input. Like, I think that the I need to turn on the music. I think that I think that the parry timing and or animation needs to be like simultaneously wider and tightened. I think that the parry window should be wider and the animation should be tighter, so that like even if you miss a parry, you can be like, I missed that parry, let me dodge, just so that the punishment doesn't feel so ridiculously high. Like to have a build that is that busted, for me to have a build that's that busted and to just get stun locked to death. How is that supposed to be fun? Like, oh, oops, you made one mistake. Now you're just like 10 dogs jumping on you with bullet hell, and the enemy is about to do their most powerful move, and there's nothing you can do about it. And it's like, okay, who thought this was fun?
To the surface.
Who thought that that as a possibility constituted fun for someone? What weird sadist.
For me again tonight.
The night grows dark. Behold my light. Phase shift.
Together we shine.
I want either special or cast. If I can get either of those, that would be nice. Thank you. Oh,
By her grace.
hell yeah. Okay. We're gonna go Medea. No hammer. Medea, Aphrodite again, health, Hephaestus, I think. Medea, Aphrodite, the goddess of love.
A visitor.
That's a deep cut.
Develop a taste for my poisons and do. It shall be my pleasure.
Thank you.
Go on, Tula.
Aphrodite, goddess of love. Okay. Aphrodite 1.
Shades of
Oh, sick.
such a beautiful.
I think we want this one. Yeah, because I was thinking about getting the one that gives us more HP.
Ah, now.
Fantastic. Oh, that was easier than expected. During encounters with multiple foes, one is always afflicted with charm. I think we want to do.
Now to head back.
I probably could have afforded to do the attack one, but
Pylons to go.
I want Hephaestus's attack.
Coins.
We also haven't lost that much HP, so I think we'll.
Rest now, all of you.
Nice.
I grow strong. Vitality.
Vitality. One pylon remaining. What do we want to do? We could get some more hitch effects. Probably.
For me, in the name of Hades.
During encounters multiple, that's the one with one charm. I did say I wanted to cast. It's on my cast. Oh, deal more damage and last plus 5 seconds. That's
For a queen.
not the spirit. Deal more damage and last plus 5 seconds. That's the bloody spirit.
Pure water.
Your water. Oh, don't. I'm glad I saved my cast, bitch. I'm so glad I saved my cast. Wow. Can we afford both of these? I think so, yeah.
Easy catch for Tula.
Yeah, and then put me in. See, being able to actually craft a build, unparalleled. I like your nails. Who did them?
For me.
Hmm.
Which keepsake now?
I know exactly which one. Narcissus. Hey, Laurel. Can we afford anything? Oh, yeah. Nice. Heck. Don't mind if I do. Kitty cat. Damn, should I have named Jasper Tula? Tula.
More boozes.
Oh my god. Get this man. Don't let him do nothing.
There's my order.
Okay. During your hex, you have 20% chance to deal critical damage. Whenever you use your hex, most foes' range shots are instantly destroyed. Your Death Defiance fully recharges your hex. Okay, we're gonna go with this path. Gain plus 1% damage per foe slain, which lasts during your hex. Gain plus 1% damage, which lasts until you use it again. Okay. I want as many it lasts longer ones as possible. Where? Okay, so there's this one, and then if we're creative with it, I mean, we're gonna complete. So, do. But then rather than that, which we can get later, we'll do. 40% charged. Okay.
Such terrifying might.
I know, right? I'm so strong. And you gave it to me. Thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Yes. I hate you people specifically. I don't like that you shoot the bullets so far. Go so far. Yeah, get him, Tula. No! Oh, that's the first time. I think that might be the first time that I've ever successfully dodged their attacks. I usually just get hit by all of them simultaneously. Magic. He was passively doing just an ungodly amount of damage. It's like, I'm gonna get out of here, but y'all have fun.
Lord Charon's ship.
275. Two. Yeah, I think we can get everything.
Olympus, I accept this message.
I don't know why I thought that was the end of the fight.
We'll go around.
Boyfriend? Death from above.
Cheers.
Maybe you'll find some use in one of these. Here you go.
Thank you.
Tried to slow down time so he wouldn't leave me, but too late.
Look to my light nearby.
I can't afford nothing, homie. Give me a mystery boon. Nah, I don't see one.
The foremost ship.
Damn. Oh well. Do what we can.
You made it. No going back to how things used to be, no matter what.
Yeah, what made you think that that was the thing that I wanted, bro? Like, how about nothing? How about that? Mm-hmm. Tell me about it. Where'd she go?
One for the both of us.
Cat kill. Ooh, that's wow.
She never learns.
Did it say cat kill? It said something similar to cat kill.
Go to
Assist kill, maybe?
no escape. Another squid?
I need to update Patreon today.
Now the climb.
Oh, and I'm cold.
Excellent.
Goddess. Shouldn't have looked.
Face me.
Okay, nice. This is almost exactly what I wanted. I want this, and auto charge.
Darkness guide you.
Darkness guide you. Oh my god.
The black coat shines.
Oh my god. Oof, that was scary.
Be gone.
Wow.
In the name of Hades. Right. Perhaps I'll knock some sense into you yet. Let's go then.
Ow. Kitty, come on. Logan. Hi, Buttercup. Hi, Logan. Hello, hello. How are you doing today? How are you doing?
Hear me.
Hold cast, no. Scorch deal affects damage. Yeah, faster's good. Faster's good.
Good.
Hmm. Not the dragons. I'm scared of dragon. I do not like the dragon. Oh, bad. Bad, bad, bad. Also bad. Also bad. Very bad, 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 bad. Divine intervention from Athena? New dialogue, please. No. I'm good. Just finished my stream. Tired. Oh. I'll check it out.
And may your foothold never falter on the way.
What was today's lesson about? Divine dash. Don't mind if I do.
Then very well. Back into the fray.
Did I not get that? Oh, I didn't. Ooh. Fishing.
Come on out. It's a crystal.
It was rough, lots of technical difficulties, but it was okay. What was today's lesson about? Like, what was the topic?
The moon is shining, the water's warm, the nectar's flowing. What is not to like? How about one of these?
The fact that you're silly, that's what's not to like.
Hi, Logan.
Well, all right.
Layla says hi, Logan. We did understanding composition and contour drawing. Contour drawing. That's a tough one. Difficult to grasp for me. Bird? Oh, no, wrong. Different bird. Less scary bird than the bird that could have been here.
It's done.
Logan says hi. We could use some money. We could use some money. Yeah, I had some issues with my phone camera. Oh no. Did you figure out what they were, or what did it remain a mystery? Because that's my least favorite thing, is when I'm like, oh, I'm having technical issues, and then by the time they've resolved, I'm like, I also do not know what happened.
Father's name.
I simply am uncertain what caused this. Do I know that it was devastating? Yes. Do I know why? No. It kept trying to maintain a weird orientation. Oh. Hmm. Was it locked? Like, was it that you locked it previously? That can cause that to happen. Hey. Uh-oh, I don't have any cover. Hold on. Yeah, land here. Fuck, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble, because the bird's coming. The bird.
Logan says, I'll show you a clip of what was happening later. I have to edit it to make it make sense. And also, maybe.
Maybe. Interesting. Yeah, my guess is that, I mean,
Last one.
unless you've hidden your, VODs. I'll probably just check it out later to see. VODs meaning recordings of your stream that are visible.
Accept this message.
Maybe as in it may have been locked. Okay, yeah, I'll check it out.
Prometheus.
Prometheus.
Your family nothing, yet give everything to them. Fools, all of you.
I mean, you say that, but also you like my granddad, your brother, like fucking locked them all up in Tartarus, and I don't know what the hell, like I was newborn when that happened, so I don't know what they're like, you know what I'm saying? Like you're like you give your family, oh fuck me, I hit that at the worst possible moment.
Visions of flame.
Middle, left, middle, left. There we go. Now's the time to do that. I'll just do a shit ton of damage to you. Aha, haha. Now. Okay. Pay attention. Middle, right, middle, right, right, middle, right, right, middle, middle, right, right, middle, right, middle, right, right, middle, right. You're dead already. You're just already dead. The thing you should know about yourself right now is that your men are already dead.
I don't think so.
No, Lieutenant, your men are already dead.
Now you go do the same.
He's like, it's like he's rooting for us, but at the same time fighting us. What's the deal with that? It's giving a little gaslighty, I'll be honest. Can you actually tell the future, Prometheus, or are you like just confused? Because it's okay if you're confused, but
Yeah, is he the Titan of foresight? I
yeah,
thought
he
his whole
is.
deal was planning shit.
Yeah, Prometheus, Titan of
guess
Foresight,
kind of.
and
In we go.
something about
Give her a
him.
fire.
Give her a fire, yeah. Like he saw that what humanity would be able to do with the god's abilities, and was like,
In that case, Prometheus, you should have just kept it.
Return to shadow.
Because now look at us.
no, look at us. Yeah, well, that's kind of oh no, he's still fighting on, he thinks he's fighting on humanity's behalf in this story, but he thinks it's because it's difficult to tell because he talks in riddles, because he keeps being like he's a boss in a video game, right? So like there's a certain percentage chance that like you'll lose the fight or he'll lose the fight, but like every single time that like you fight him, he's like, I already know what the outcome of this battle is going to be. And then when you beat him, he goes like, just no matter what I predict, no matter how hard I fight, exactly what I envision comes true. And it's like, so you envisioned yourself losing? But like if you win, then he's like, I always knew this would be the outcome. But like when you ask him direct questions, he's very dodgy about like saying what's going to happen, and doesn't like give the excuse of like, well, if I say what's going to happen, then it's going to happen differently or something like that. He just like the way that the game frames it is that like this guy just might be out of his mind, like which is really funny. But the Titan of Time, Kronos, like locked all of the gods of the underworld, the chthonic gods, away, and we were rescued and spirited away by Hecate, goddess of witchcraft, and
I've been calling her Hecate this my entire life. Noted.
Yeah, I mean, well, they also in this game they call the goddess of the moon Selene, and I have done many Googles and this like learned that that's not how you pronounce that. It's like you can pronounce it Selene, you can pronounce it Selene, but Selene is
Selene.
yeah, Selene is not a canon pronunciation, but in this game that's her name. But so yeah, Kronos locked all the chthonic gods away. Melinoe was saved.
Meant earthly.
Yeah. The underworld is considered a part of the earth versus the there's the Olympian gods and the chthonic gods. The chthonic gods are terrestrial and of the underworld, and the Olympian gods, like, you know, all live on Olympus. So the chthonic gods include Charon, Thanatos, the three Furies, the three Fates, Nyx.
Furies are gods?
Yeah.
The more you know.
Moros, the god of like doom. Hypnos, the god of sleep. Who else? Nemesis, Eris. Anyway, they're all like, basically they were defeated in combat by a cult of Kronos who conspired to take all of his body parts from across Tartarus and then reassemble them and to start what they were going to call the Golden Age. And he's basically turning everything from starting from Tartarus all the way up to the surface, and hopefully potentially from his standpoint Olympus, turning it all to gold. Because he's locked out the underworld, people aren't allowed to die, so a lot of the enemies that we're fighting are like zombies who are like, please kill us. It's like our souls can't leave our body. But Kronos basically.
My morality allows me to coup de grace a zombie. I said, I wonder if my morality allows me to coup de grace a zombie.
I don't think zombies are possible. Like,
probably not.
Yeah. So
the closest you could get is the disease in Primal.
Oh, I haven't gotten far enough in Primal to.
Oh dang, I like it a lot.
Yeah, no, I watched the first 3 episodes and Gendy, but I watched the first 3 episodes and like really enjoyed it, and then just for whatever reason just didn't like it. Didn't like, maybe I was working on something, or like I got inspired by the animation, was like I want to make my own animation, but like I just like yeah.
Animation is so fun. Ooh, I should find a VOD of Gendy.
What do you mean a VOD?
Or not VOD. What was I watching of?
It's called Music Video Doga. But I don't know if they have those like for Western animators.
Or I guess probably they just call it a compilation video.
Right, but I just don't know if people make them. Asian compilation video. Yeah. No. It's weird because for Japanese animators, they definitely, like, any given Japanese animator you can think of, like, someone has made a what they call Sakuga MAD, showing their like the scenes that they keyframed. But I think because the Western animation industry is a little less I don't know how to explain that like precise with like crediting specific shots to specific animators.
A night well spent.
It's like, and Gendy himself is an auteur. It's like hard to tell like which scenes he specifically animated. Which okay, so there are people who dedicate their time to figuring out who drew what scene from Steven Universe though. And
oh yeah, well, it's also kind of easy with Steven's universe.
yeah. But it's because they do that.
They're allowed to have such different styles.
Yeah, but usually shows like are like really strict about staying on model. But Steven Universe, like in all of its anime derivativeness, like even or like yeah, whoever's directing this episode gets to decide the like. Within reason gets to decide the look.
Yeah, I love that about Steven.
Mm-hmm.
And that they post so much to the blog. Because that was
The Crewniverse.
sort of back when Tumblr was still decent. I mean, not the heyday of Tumblr, but the swan song.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the like 2013 to 2017
era.
Yeah, before they banned and then unbanned all erotic content. That was so silly.
Much deeper than it looks.
I heard some people were talking about going back to Tumblr after TikTok went down, but the internet is not the same.
Yeah, a lot of people talked about back when it was like not every man for himself or whatever, that the equivalent.
Human for themselves.
Yeah. But like there was a period on the internet where it felt like the Wild West.
Yeah.
And then but like I guess predictably everything got corralled into like, you know, the big three websites. And yeah, I think
The
that
big
just
three websites being
Meta, Twitter,
Facebook,
and like Google derivative things. Or not even, let me adjust that, because like when I say big three, what I really mean is, yeah, okay, so let's say Elite Four, because if you imagine that like everything that Mark Zuckerberg ended up owning, everything that Elon Musk ended up owning, everything that Jeff Bezos ended up owning, and everything that Google, for whatever reason, their co-owners are not, Google's co-owners are
because they
not
have YouTube, right?
Yeah, they have YouTube. Google. Larry Page and Sergey Brin.
So if those are the Elite Four,
then
what are all the different wiki websites?
Oh, like fandom or Wikipedia? I don't understand
Both,
that
because I
question.
feel like there's a bunch of different like wikis for different fandoms that are similarly like volunteer oriented.
Yeah.
Ooh, was there a wiki?
No.
There's an
And
idea.
I'm not allowed to. Okay, a thing that you should know about wikis, both fandom wikis and Wikipedia, is that like people who are directly involved with the project are discouraged from and like when I say not allowed to, it's different from like that's not necessarily true. You could make your own Wikipedia or your own fandom page, but if people find out because of the what do you call it, primary source, um like you're supposed to be getting the information from information that's available publicly on the internet. So if you write your own, then you're going from a first person source rather than being able to cite it. If that makes sense.
But
So
if you made your own, I'm not suggesting you did this, by the way. This
no, I am not going to do it, but I'm open to listen to whatever it is that you're.
I was just curious if one made a wiki for their own like creation, but made it in accordance with the wiki rules, where they're only using like publicly available information, would that be halal?
No, because it's just
Damn.
it's just a flat conflict of interest. But the thing is that like there are people who have written their own wikis or Wikipedia pages. What they do is they like make a fake account, and like there have been conspiracies where people have been able to trace the fake account because like, oh, it was created the same day that the wiki went up or something like that, right? That or like it's a reference to a thing that only that person would know about, kind of thing. So like it's just like in order to keep the information space like actually honest and not curated by the people who want the space to be the way that they want it to be, like there's a bunch of rules in place that disallow you from being able to do certain things, and like I'm okay with that, like, but I also like simply cannot imagine a world in which a person who is just a fan of my stuff and doesn't know me personally goes, oh, there should just be a wiki for this, and starts crafting it.
Yeah, I can imagine that very easily.
Why? Because in my mind, I'm just
Why?
like, there's a very specific reason why I find that very difficult to imagine. Why do you find that easy to imagine?
Because you have created a world that is extremely specific and internally consistent. And I feel like there's a certain type of person who, just like your publisher was like, I want this to be a book. I can see that same exact type of person being like, I want to make sense of this, and I might as well make a wiki while I'm doing it.
Yeah. Like I can imagine that happening eventually, but where the story is, like at the conclusion of volume 2, I don't think it makes sense to do that yet. Like I would have to have, again, this is a like, okay, again, because I want to preface this by being like, I'm not being oppositional because like I'm trying to like refute anything specific that you're saying, but like, you know, based on doing this for a decade and seeing the excruciatingly slow progress and like trying to switch things up in service of getting more eyes on the project, or doing something a little bit differently, or like encouraging people to approach the work in a specific way, or making the lore more accessible, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like at this point in also a thing that I forgot to mention when we were talking about my Patreon before is that like the not majority, a not insignificant number of patrons on my Patreon are ex-partners of mine who I've like explained the amount of labor that went into the project, and like whether it be empathy, sympathy, whatever, like they have been
so sorry. What's the number approximately?
I would have to actually do the math. Hold on. What
Man, I would love.
How
if I had
curious
an
about
army
this
of
are
X's
you?
supporting me? An approximate number is totally fine. I guess my question is it more or less than 5?
I don't know. Okay. I actually have to look.
This is making me want to resubscribe to an X's Patreon, because how can I say that I want an army of X's to support me if I'm not willing to be part of an army of X's supporting someone else?
But like there's a thing that I'm thinking about with regard to this, that like there's a trend of people who get to know me well arriving at fervent, near militant support of me and my work, and a critically low number of people who just come across the work and go, ooh, this is really pretty, and then spiraling into obsession about the work or about me, like without getting to know me personally. Do you get what I'm saying? That like there's a ratio of people who like get to know me, spend, you know, days, weeks, months with me, and go like, wow, this person has grown very important to me, and I want whatever it is they do to succeed. And have spent decades after like coming to that conclusion, holding firmly to that belief, versus like the thing that I need in order to become successful and like be able to make enough money to do this full time, which is a bunch of people who only know me peripherally developing a parasocial interest in my success. Do you know what I'm saying? And like
I know what you're saying. I also know that you have, as far as I can tell, never been a normal part of the comics ecosystem, and therefore have not given your comic the best possible chance to be discovered by that sort of person.
Sure. I don't understand. Like, okay, so is that a requisite component of that result?
It's not requisite, but it's kind of like the group of people who have the behavior that you're seeking are kind of like in this pool over here that you have not like fully immersed yourself in.
Okay.
So it seems quite normal to me that you haven't had that result.
Right, but there are other people who, like, whether it be like flukes or luck or acts of God, like just only post on Tumblr and have gotten obscenely famous from their Tumblr posts, or people who only post on Instagram who get obscenely famous from just their Instagram posts. Like there are people who do not have a public persona, who do not frequent these kinds of spaces, who still cultivate those kinds of followings. And I think that's kind of what I'm focused on, because I don't have a particularly good time in the spaces that you're talking about, so I'm disincentivized from spending a lot of time in them. And if that's the only way to like cultivate the kind of community that behaves in the way that we're talking about, then like I just may have to wait another decade for lightning to strike twice, or for the next blue moon, or like something similar to happen. Because I'm not willing to invest the time and energy in the space, immersed in the space, in order to arrive at that outcome.
It's not the only way, but I guess when I hear you say that I've been doing it for 10 years without this happening. That to me does not seem so unusual.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying I don't think it's unusual. I'm just like it's a profession pro when you profess something.
Proclamation.
Oh yeah, or declaration of uh like um like I'm trying to give you a bridge to empathize with the kind of resignations I've like succumbed to, or like ways in which I've made my life manageable in the face of like unbelievable disappointment. Because like it's not to say that it's novel. Like I'm not saying that like no one spends 10 years with no traction and continues to work despite
Spike
that.
actually says that everyone has to spend at least 10 years with no traction.
What says that?
Iron Spike.
Oh. Interesting. Okay.
She says comics has a like a 10-year kind of like eat shit and bear it period. And that is just is what it is, with like glaringly few exceptions.
It's about right.
Oh my gosh, I'm shedding so much hair.
Huh?
I'm brushing my hair, or I'm hand stripping my hair. I'll brush it in a little bit.
Okay.
Blue says, predictably, conservative sentiment was allowed to guide internet sentiment, and because most tech platforms are operated by people with no morals or ethics that aren't based on profit, most communication platforms were compromised. If Wikia/fandom wikis promote Wikimedia platforms using Wikia/fandom data, they'll be banned from the site because that's direct competition to their monopoly. If Wikia/fandom wikis promote Wikimedia platforms with Wikia fandom data, they get banned because that's... I'm so sorry, Blue. I'm having a difficult time parsing what you mean. Are you saying that if somebody made like a fan wiki that wasn't part of the, I don't know, wiki internet ecosystem, that they get banned from said ecosystem because they're taking wiki data to like another site?
Okay, I've got quotes now. So I hadn't checked for a while like how many of my exes are still subscribed. It seems like a lot of people, like, their cards got declined or they canceled their memberships. So
that's what happened with me and my other ex.
So rough count, I'm just gonna switch it to alphabetical. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Wow, it's more than 5.
Yeah, and there's some that like kind of like some people might count, but maybe not. So but that's the people who who aren't currently subscribed. And then looks like just one person who is currently subscribed. I no longer have an army of X's, just the one.
I'm sorry that you lost your army of exes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sad that they weren't in financial positions to remain part of the army.
Oh, in my case, my card declined because I lost my wallet and had to get a new card and just never updated it.
That's also possible. There's any number of reasons. All of them are like, there's no reason why the there's no reason that a card declined that is necessarily positive, whether it be forgetting, losing the card, or there not being the funds. It's all unfortunate, so I'm just like, it's too bad. Either way. Wait,
Blue
so
says basically fandom, formerly known as Wikia, ignores general discontent with how they run and operate their website, and then admins and users are able to divorce from fandom and create an independent Wikia using Wikimedia, which is what Wikipedia uses, and tries to make users on fandom aware of it. Their account will be banned. Okay, so it is on a separate thing. Fandom has even gone as far as making the data you can back up from the site incompatible to Wikimedia. This happened with Gojipedia after several of the admins who also worked on the Pacific Rim Wiki broke away to create Wikizilla. A similar incident happened with the Transformers Wiki, open paren, Teletran 1, close paren. Blue, are you a Wiki admin?
Dun dun. Wait, hold on. Wait, I've got a sound effect for this. Do I actually?
Yes. Okay, word. Now I know what B-Cup was saying about you having like extremely specific and encyclopedic knowledge about stuff, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. and it's especially funny to me because she, like, you know, when you become part of an insular community, like sometimes the things that are not privy, that the people outside that community are not aware of, or like the jargon that they don't know, like you start to lose touch with when you're talking with like people who aren't in that scene. You start to lose touch with the fact that they don't know what you're talking about. And like, I feel like Blue has been the like peak example for me of a person who is like so niche pilled that she's constantly like saying things, and I'm just like, you do realize that like normal people have no fucking idea what you're talking about. I want to recreate the Pacific Rim Wiki, which I am a major admin using Wikimedia, but I can't afford website hosting. The Pacific Rim Wiki? See, this is what I'm fucking talking about. Like, you could not pay me to care more. You could not pay me to care more about Pacific Rim than I already do. You couldn't pay me millions of dollars to care more about Pacific Rim than I do.
If any rich weirdos are listening, you can pay me millions of dollars, and I will care so much about Pacific Rim.
No.
That will become my entire personality.
I am incapable. Like, oh my god. There's also a very specific corner of the internet, and it is specifically the Guillermo del Toro, what's the guy's name? Hideo Kojima corner of the internet. That like, I'm like, keep that shit away from me. I have no interest in being wherever that, like, did I keep my copy of because Reganis gave me my PS4 as a present for my birthday, and gave me a bunch of the old games that they had. And I think one of them was Death Stranding. And like every few weeks I would look at it and be like, do I want to? Because I'm not paying for a PlayStation Network account, so I can't play it online. Would I be willing to play? It's a Kojima game, and Guillermo del Toro is one of the main characters in it, or plays one of the main characters in it.
Wait, Guillermo del Toro, the director?
Yeah. Yes.
Huh, that's cool.
No, it's not. This is what I'm trying to tell you, that it's not cool. There's
I
nothing.
fear I've been won over. That sounds cool.
No. Like, you know what? Let's watch the trailer. Let's watch the trailer for Death Stranding so that Layla
Blue
can
says
see.
Death Stranding question mark. You gave that to me. Del Toro is
Oh, I
not an
did?
actor.
Damn.
He's the one who did Pan's Labyrinth, and that was one of the movies that cinched for me that I'm face blind or a little face blind.
Why for? Which character? How? Why?
Because I thought that the two women characters were the same person, even though one of them is pregnant and one of them is not pregnant. And I thought it was just like part of the magic that sometimes she was pregnant and sometimes she was not.
Okay, I see. Yeah. That's pretty damning. Okay. What am I looking up? Death Stranding trailer.
Also, I think one of them is like rich and one of them is a maid.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not gonna play the audio. But like it's do you know who Norman Reedus is, the actor?
I do not know who Norman Reedus. Okay, we got embryo. Oh no, that's a baby.
I mean, it's supposed to be giving both simultaneously on purpose.
And it's that Danish maybe guy that people love, and they like ship him and Kojima.
Yes. Yep. You're looking at the origin of that sentiment. This video game. Like, it's
a really pretty video game.
Sure, yeah. How do I explain? Is this what? Okay, no, I was gonna say. The launch trailer was 8 minutes long. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, I just looked at the time, how long this video is. It's 8 minutes long. Like, okay. Actually, I want to talk about this because this is it's a maybe a point of frustration and or potentially jealousy on my part that there are niche interest bases in the art world where you look at it and the only conclusion that you can draw is the reason why people know about this and it became popular is because someone must have been a nepo baby. Like someone must have been rich and dumped a shit ton of money into this in order for it to be what it is, because it's too weird. There's no connection to or appeals to like what the vast majority of people would be interested in. Like, who releases a trailer for a video game that's fully 8 minutes long? Like, but people are like, we love Kojima, we stan Kojima, we want to see what he does next, we like think that he's a fashion icon, like can't wait to see his slot every year at the Game Awards because he goes every year and like does his little thing. People love all of his games, even though like the gameplay in them is always like off kilter, different from a fashion icon. Yeah, have you seen how he dresses?
I have not.
Blue
like
was flabbergasted by fashion icon, which is funny to me because that's probably the thing that he has the most he actually
I've just
has
seen
going
a few
for him.
Tumblr posts of like him and the Danish guy like being like hugging or whatever, and people being like, ooh, we love the two of them. And me being like, I think I've seen that guy in like 2 movies maybe.
Yeah, are you kidding? This is nerd
This
fashion
is
icon.
Giving fashion icon for the nerd.
Yeah. But I mean, like, what other kind of fashion icon could he possibly be?
But not the fashion nerds. I thought you meant fashion icon the way who's the guy who voiced the genie in Aladdin?
Huh?
Robin Williams. Is that his name?
Robin Williams, fashion icon? This must be an instance of face blindness for real.
No, I'm dead ass.
What are we talking about? What is happening? Hello, sweet. No? Do you want me to find them? They're probably perched somewhere. Will Smith
He
or
dresses
Robin
like
Williams?
someone's weird dad.
Yeah, truly.
Weird dads can be fashion icons.
Oh, he is in here, Mom. He is in here, Jade. My bad. Jade, he was in here.
It's giving thighs.
Okay, I'm giving up on this because the thing that I was trying to say. I was trying to say something about like the frustration of
Not having Nepo baby money.
not having nepo baby money, the frustration of like watching other people with like truly half-baked like intellectually bankrupt ideas, and to see those things like take off like wildfire and have like millions of people yapping about like the weird nuances of something that you can look at for 10 minutes and just be like, this is nothing. Like,
I haven't spent 10 minutes. Maybe I just need to finish that long ass trailer. But it is like sufficiently outside of my preferred genre that I have no idea if that's Ooh, I should find a sound clip of Alex Trebek saying genre so you can have it on your soundboard maybe.
Oh yeah. No, I didn't know that. I feel like I asked you where it was from, and I don't remember you saying it was Alex Trebek. But yeah, if you can find that, like, particularly if you can find an MP3 of it.
I've never seen anybody talk about it other than me, so I don't know if this is something that's like acknowledged about him or if it's just something I fixated on because I thought it was funny.
Yeah, also this game is beautiful, but it's one of the very first Kojima production games, meaning that like it was made by his studio, and he has made millions of dollars off of the Metal Gear franchise, which if you've ever played any of those games, it's like,
I have not.
It is like,
is that what Snake is from?
Yes, Solid Snake is from Metal Gear. It's okay. I don't think that this is actually true, but in my mind, one way to describe the Metal Gear franchise is if a like science fiction like James Bond or Jason Bourne type story was told by a musical theater nerd. Like that's the quality that these games have, where it's like there's international espionage, there's like going on like assassination missions and doing a bunch of stuff, but then like all of a sudden you'll like after taking out like 50 bad guys, there will be a cutscene, and then like a person who's just wearing like leather print like open ass chaps with like a raccoon tail and like a gun with a silencer that's like the size of their own body will be like, oh darling, how dare you even try and invade my fortress? And then that's the boss. Do you know what I mean? Like that's
I fear that sounds interesting to me.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that it's disinteresting. It's that, like, where is the mass market appeal, like, that justifies, like, it being the most famous stealth franchise of all time? That's the thing that's confusing to me. That, like, like, if you actually engage in the gameplay, if you play the game, it is not fun to play. It's just that they insist on shocking you every 10 minutes with something that's completely unbelievable and at the same time like intensely mundane. Cuz like I'm like
I think you might be cooking.
You think he might be cooking?
Yeah, that sounds interesting. It sounds like the logical conclusion of let's make the villain fruity.
Let's make the villain fruity. Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Yeah, let's, like, he has a character who she was genetically modified to be able to photosynthesize, so she doesn't wear clothes because she's constantly able to heal herself by being naked.
In the sunlight, presumably.
Yeah. Ideally, when it's overcast, she heals slower. And there's like one dude who like has command over a swarm of bees because of some like genetic like he's genetically modified to be able to control bees. Like there's just an unbelievable amount of clones. Like it turns out that like every character and main villain in the story is actually like a clone of another character from another entry in the series. And it's like they don't find out until the end. Like it's like, oh no, like I'm fighting the main character from the last one, but I'm actually a clone of them. But this whole time I thought I was them, you know.
Yeah, I'm compelled. I'm not going to play any of these games because carpal tunnel and also no time whatsoever. But
once again, my entire the entire foundation, like I'm not trying to say that like, hey, you'll hate this idea. What I am saying though is the entire foundation for my interest in anything basically is not necessarily how grounded in reality in how grounded in reality it is, but how internally self-consistent it is. And
I also love internal self-consistency in media.
Right, but like I don't mean qualitative, I mean demonstrable. So like in musical theater, anything can happen, and that's kind of that's the rule, that anything can happen. Then that means that I'm musical theater phobic because anything can happen. I need there to be rules. And they're like, oh, people will be like, but the rule is anything can happen. And I'm like, right, I need there to be like demonstrable, quantifiable internal self-consistency in order for me to enjoy something. And an example of something that is incapable of that would be everything that Hideo Kojima and Guillermo del Toro have touched since the beginning of both of their careers. And so, do you kind of understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like if you ask why this is happening in a Hideo Kojima or Guillermo del Toro production, like you cannot get a straight answer because the reason is metaphorical and qualitative rather than like traceable to something that actually makes sense. Yeah. What was the last thing you just said?
Oh, I don't remember. Blue says, I like Del Toro's work and to a lesser degree Kojima's, but there's a lot of stuff they come up with where I feel like someone did not restrain them.
Yeah. Oh, just as an explainer, I brought up these people because of Pacific Rim. Guillermo del Toro directed Pacific Rim. That's the reason why I like I said any of this. Like, I went into the movie theater. I like giant robots. Like, I really, really like giant robots. So I went into Pacific Rim convinced that I would enjoy. I would be like, this is going to be the first Guillermo del Toro movie that I like actually fuck with. And every single plot point, casting choice, design idea, reason for why the kaiju showed up, how they built the giant robots and where the technology came from, how the technology worked, the idea of two people needing to be in sync in order to pilot one, the name of the main mech in Pacific Rim. I was already like, is that not a slur?
What?
It's the G slur danger is the name of
that is a slur.
Yes, that's the name of the main giant robot in Pacific Rim. And like,
Yikes.
like, just like at every conceivable step, that's how I found out, says Blue. Yeah, by being a person on the wiki. But like every conceivable story, design, plot, casting choice in that specific story was so rigorously disappointing to me. I was like, how can you do, like, even my least favorite giant robot franchises like still do something right? And this felt like it was legitimately allergic to doing a single thing right. I wrote a whole controversy section on G Danger's page, and people gave me so much pushback, a la it's not a slur. Oh wow, I wonder how many of the people like know like were Roma. That's, I guess, what I'm getting at.
I'm gonna say 0.
Yeah, presumably.
I'm gonna hazard a guess there.
Yeah. Like, just to love something so much and to be so disappointed by it, I really don't know how to communicate the depths of my frustration there. Like, what's funny is that I, as a middle schooler, early high school, like started writing a treatment for a giant robot musical, and occasionally that idea comes back into my mental space, and I'm like, I do want to do that still. I would love the challenge of actually writing a giant robot musical.
Yeah, I think that would be tight.
Right, but like the challenge is to meet my own standards of internal self-consistency and like similar to how over time in Steven Universe, like it's like there's a lot of musical episodes, and it kind of is implied by the end of the show that like breaking into spontaneous song is just a thing that gyms do, if that makes sense. Like that's just one of their many modes of communication, and like it's a thing that Steven effectively like inherited like as a gym, because yeah, and in like part of Rose and Greg's synergy is that he is a musician who can like pretty effectively write a song on the spot. This is pretty good at improv, and so like that's kind of what brought them together.
What's the later season implication of that? I just figured it was the thing they were doing the whole time.
I mean, I'm just saying that like if you as a viewer are going like, why are they breaking into songs suddenly? Like there are a few instances of it that like are not fourth wall breaking, but like that don't make a lot of sense. Like the entire Empire City episode is a musical.
Where the
And
guy's like, you ruined the song.
yeah, yeah. But like, there's a bunch of people who spontaneously break into song there, and like that's like it's the thing is that it's not internally self-consistent, is what I'm saying. That like there are musical episodes and there are other people who participate in the musical components of it, but like there is a suspension of disbelief route that you can take that includes the belief that gyms just naturally break into song as a form of communication, and that like it's like kind of a like, because they're artificial intelligences, it could be that their gyms sync up or something like that. Like you can come up with a lore reason why it's a musical, and like that's a thing that I would want to do for the giant robot musical, is that like it's not just that it's a giant robot musical, but that like it's a giant robot musical for a reason, and I haven't figured out what that reason is yet.
These giant robots have a reason to sing.
Mm-hmm. Or like like a possible reason could be that the artificial intelligences that that like with normal human speech, because of all of the stops and starts and different pronunciations of things, that it's really difficult for artificial intelligences, large language models, to parse data based on verbal components, but it's easier for them to parse it when it's sung. And so as a consequence, the pilots are required to sing to their giant robots in order for them to effectively complete the task that they are trying to get the robots to do.
That would be that would make it impossible for me to have a career as a giant robot pilot, and that's okay.
But you can't sing?
No. Well, I mean, anybody can sing. Anybody with vocal cords can sing.
Yeah.
Am I willing to sing to a giant robot to get it to move? No.
Oh. Well, not necessarily to get it to move, but to accomplish specific, like, because in giant robot media, like oftentimes you're piloting the robot using like switches and levers, right? But sometimes that's not enough. You need to be able to like talk to the artificial intelligence, or tell it to like reroute all energy to this specific thing for whatever reason. So those will be the scenes where I do a bit of
However, on my 2025 bingo board, I do have the goal of singing karaoke sober.
Singing karaoke sober.
Which
Look,
in
there's
theory I will do
Guillermo. Sorry.
Huh?
You missed Guillermo in the trailer.
Whoops. I was looking. I guess I don't know what he looked like.
I didn't get the chance to pause it. He'll be back though.
Is that him?
You okay, sweet? Okay. Oh, there he goes. Pause. Special appearance. This man is in fully 3 hours of this video game.
Wait, that's who I guessed it would be.
Yeah. He's got he's the main info dump guy.
Great. Yeah. I think I will try to do it next week.
To go karaoke singing without on no substances?
Yeah, no form of intoxication.
Interesting.
I know. Can it be done? Who knows?
I don't even like. There's no part of me that aspires to do that. I see them as going hand in hand in a way that. I get that you put it on your bingo board though, so it's like it's sort of an internal
Things on
challenge.
my bingo board are on there because of like them being. I'm frustrated by things I can't do or that I have like extreme difficulty doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so, by virtue of that being the case, I think I also have to go dancing sober too.
Okay, so here's a thing, another useful factoid about me is that like, I am okay. How do I explain this? Because I'm thinking about it in relationship to the video game that I was just playing and how frustrated I was that like, the game thus far has not been designed in a way that has rendered it possible for me to play and have fun. Like I can tell that there is a game somewhere in the game that would be a version of the game somewhere in the game that would be fun for me to play, but the way that it's designed now, it is not fun. uh when I am unable to do something, that does not cause me either frustration unless I really badly want to do that thing and am unable to already, right? Like I need to already want to be able to do the thing. If I try to do something and I can't do it, usually I'm just like yeah, okay, that's fine. And I feel extremely what's a good word for that? Accepting of the conditions of my own mental and physical chemistry. That like over the course of the past couple of weeks, I've been getting like really bad dry skin, like eczema on my wrists, and like I'm uncomfortable with it, but like I feel fine about it, if that makes sense. But like other people might be like, this is so deeply frustrating for me that like I'm gonna make sure that I maintain a regimen to make sure that it doesn't bother me. And instead I've just been like, my wrists hurt all the time. That's fine. And similarly, like I have really intense social anxiety under specific circumstances. And so when I am either forced or compelled to be put into those circumstances, regardless of the fact that like despite the fact that I have social anxiety, like I don't feel internally bad about being on substances during those experiences, particularly drinking, which is the most accessible one and like has the best track record of like actually being effective versus other substances being sort of a crapshoot. Yeah, and like going to karaoke with people, even people who I'm pretty close with, is anxiety inducing, not just because I'm singing in front of people, but because of the overarching chaos of the circumstance. Like, there was a scene in one of the episodes of Dimension 20 that I was watching recently, and one of the characters is autistic, and they were hanging out with a bunch of high schoolers, and all the high schoolers were just like yelling and throwing things at each other and like having a really good time. And this person was just like, those people are really loud and like are talking over each other, and it's really difficult for me to understand what any of them are saying at any given time, and like that's deeply frustrating for me. And like the person who they were seeing, who's like part of that group, was like, yeah, sometimes it's fun for people like to just like to make a cacophonous harmony, like to harmonize within the cacophony by just kind of yelling at each other and not really knowing what each other is saying, but having fun just being in each other's presence. And like the autistic character was just like, I literally have no idea what you're talking about. Like, and I very strongly feel that, even though I'm like, okay, I see that this is the thing that autistic people do, I have no desire to be in that circumstance while they're doing that. And if I must, like, then I want to be drunk.
I feel like maybe my situation will make a little more sense if you hear a bit more. The plan is to go to a karaoke like room, just literally me and my partner. Neither of us can sing, and to karaoke like just with them sober.
Why?
Okay. And also, I have a sense of things that I should be able to do. And that kind of like winds up directing my life a little bit.
Okay. I don't understand.
Like part of why I realized I had to be honest about being openly poly was because I realized after being in like a relationship for like the last 7 years, I had like no game. And I was just like, no, this is something I should be able to do. And like going along with monogamy, like one isn't making me happy, but also two is facilitating my like lack of development here. Therefore, as I feel like as an adult, I have this like responsibility to figure out how to do. I'm going to move forward with being openly poly because I feel like I just should know how to pick someone up. It's unacceptable that I can't.
I don't understand why it's unacceptable.
It's unacceptable to me.
Right. I don't understand why it's unacceptable to you. Okay, well, let me see if I can think, because maybe I'll be able to relate better if I can think of something where it's like, I feel like I should be able to do something. Because like, okay, and I can give a counterexample of a thing that like many people have confirmed I should be able to do, and I simply am unable to do, is I'm 6 foot, I have a wingspan that's like 6'4" or something. Like growing up, people were like, you should be good at basketball. You should play basketball. You should practice more basketball, right? And like all through elementary, middle, and like the first half of high school, I really put in an ungodly amount of effort into getting good, if not like incrementally better at basketball. And like to this day, like I'm just not, it's not even a matter of coordination, because it's similar to when I play video games, is that like I can in my mind be like, okay, this is what I need to do, and then just at the moment of execution, no matter how many repetitions I go through, I never achieve like my muscles doing the thing that I've told them to do. Like I can hold a basketball in one hand and like feel the weight of it and arch my wrist in a specific way, and then launch the basketball like with the amount of energy that I know will get it to the hoop, and like it's always going to be like just in the direction, like the wrong direction. And like
yeah, but I feel like to me that makes sense, because they're like other people thinking that I should be able to do something is not like impetus for me to want to do something. It's like internally motivated.
Okay. Is there anything that I feel like I should be able to do? This is unacceptable. I should be able to do this.
You want to increase your hamstring flexibility.
Right, but it's not a I should be able to do this. I'm like it's aspirational. I want to do this. which is different than having any sort of like conviction about should being like me should like me should being able to do it.
Me
Like
should be.
like yeah, here's the I mean it's part of the reason, like I mentioned the thing about being able to do a flat foot squat is that like I think it's cute when I've seen girls do it and I'm like that's cute, I want to be able to do that, you know, there's like a sort of gender euphoria thing, but it's not a I
Yeah,
should
I
be able to
would say
do that.
my internal sense of should be able to do something and my internal sense of want to do the thing, like they can overlap, but they're fundamentally like two different things.
Yeah, that's I'm getting that, and I'm like I'm confused by it because I don't think I can't identify anything in my yeah. There's nothing that I should be able to do. um. Hmm. Oh, that's also a want.
And the reason for dancing and karaoke is because I feel like I've spent the past maybe year, question mark, 2 years,
Mm-hmm.
year and a half, um, addressing my emotional bypassing.
Mm-hmm.
And it occurs to me that there's like a similar like blockage with emotional expression and like physical expression, either in singing or dancing.
Mm-hmm.
And so the motivation for wanting to do either karaoke or dance sober is because I feel like it will help unlock like greater emotional capacity
Mm-hmm.
in alignment with my like long-term therapy goals.
Yeah. Well, uh, do you feel like you want or need to have more access to your like emotional matrix?
What I want
Mm,
is the benefits that come from
mm,
having like more access to one's emotions.
mhm,
Um like I have been learning all of the ways that emotional bypassing has like confined me. And so what I want is to be unconfined.
mm.
But do I like, strictly speaking, like want to be able to feel more? Technically, no.
Yeah. But the long-term benefits though. Hmm.
But yeah, I'm in it for the long term benefits.
Ooh, can we get one of the I want the knight who does the clicking sound in Adventure Time. I want his voice as one of
How does he do it?
my
I don't
sound
know.
things. I can do it, but I think I'll just turn off noise canceling so you can hear. Oh wait, can you hear it on Discord?
Discord?
Mm-hmm.
Probably not. But you gotta
This
tell me when to
armor
jump into
is
Twitch.
yeah, no, it's not picking up. No. Don't worry about it. I just
I mean, I know what the sound is, so
right. But I can't remember. I feel like none of the quotes will be good reactions. Because in my mind, like whenever I use it, it's a novel instance of it, or it's like, oh wow, like Jade made me something to eat, and I'll be like, sweet, this meal is click click, you know, rather than like,
I think you can just use the click click part.
yeah, but I might as well just say click click.
That's true. You can make the
I
sound.
could just just go click click. Can I pet that dog?
But yeah, based on my therapist's face when I tell her things sometimes, I am getting the sense that I'm approaching these therapy goals maybe not in the most healed fashion.
Yeah. Like sometimes when
But
you describe stuff, I'm like, I don't think that's the psychologically healthy way to go to pursue that.
but I do not care.
You don't care? What? If it means that it'll take longer to get to the result that you want, wouldn't you like, huh? How do you not care?
Listen, I'm following my guts here.
Okay. That's also a thing that I feel pretty strongly about as a consequence of having made just a lot of mistakes. Jesus Christ. Like done harm when I fully wasn't intending to, etc., etc. I simply do not trust my gut about anything at all anymore. Like I am anti trusting my gut personally.
Oh no.
Uh,
In spite of all the mistakes I've made, and there have been many,
oh,
I do trust my gut. And actually, part of the like emotional goals are in service of having like a better like gut reactions to things and like gut understandings of things.
okay, so I'm, as a philosopher, fairly convinced that the human psychosomatic complex can convince a person like with a level of like conviction unto death, right? This person would be willing to die for something that is just not true, right? Like that is fairly common in humans. And if that's true, from a philosophical standpoint, a logical standpoint, rational standpoint, it huh? Did you say something?
No.
Oh,
A second ago, I said that's true
that's
in
true.
response to people can like just believe shit that's
Mhm.
intrinsically wrong.
Yeah. And I don't think that I'm unique in my like ability to discern things in the world. Um, um, uh, Nor do I think that I'm especially skilled, uh, despite the practice that I put in, to being able to like instinctively assess many scenarios. Especially when it comes to interpersonal things, especially when it comes to survival, etc. And a lot of my anxiety is a consequence of having a trauma response that's based on things having gone wrong in the past, hurting someone when I didn't mean to, ending up having perpetrator trauma, um, uh, um, being attacked out of the blue for no reason and then becoming hyper vigilant, um uh like thinking that people around me had a certain level of like ability to caretake for themselves, and then being proven rigorously wrong on that assumption, and like needing to compensate in a big way for their helplessness, and resulting in like feeling like I can't trust anybody to take care of themselves. And so like I've got a whole complex of these things that are based on like people who like either me or other people operating on gut decisions that betrayed them. And so I fully just like in the same way that I am atheist and don't believe in the Christian God anymore, I like don't believe in either common sense or like trusting one's gut.
Yeah, no, I like need my gut a lot of the time,
I need
and
it.
I'm
I need
very
it.
happy with the
Mm.
I guess I have like a bunch of experiences that like in some instances might like appear bad, but that fundamentally have uh, proven to me that it's worthwhile to trust one's body.
Mm-hmm. Now, in contrast to that, right?
Phone's about to die. 1%. That's why
One
it's practice.
1%.
Let's see if we can get it before it dies.
Do you remember that sensation that I mentioned having when I first saw you on Tinder, and similarly with like other friends and exes, where I'm just like, are you still there? Testing. Did you make it? I don't think they made it. I think they didn't make it. 1%. This might be the cue for me to actually, I'm just going to leave that pregnant pause there. This might be the cue for, and then I'm just going to stop there to see if their phone gave up. Yeah. I'm gonna go take a break, bio break, smoke break, and we'll be back probably within the next half hour. If Layla shows up either here or in Discord and is like, where'd everybody go? Anyone should feel free to inform them that that's what's happening. But I'll try and text them so that no one else is obliged to do such. Yeah. Somebody remind me that what I was talking about. Oh, howdy. Layla, I'm about to take a bio break. I was like, that seems like a good sign. Take a bio break. Oh, but the waiting for my iPhone to charge. Yeah. The thing that I was going to say quickly was that sometimes I get a instinctual or habitual like sensation about a person, like very early on, sometimes like at first sight, where I'm like, oh, like I remember seeing your profile on Tinder and being like not this, the way that my brain phrases it is this person's going to be a problem, but there's a sensation of euphoria in my mind, which is not a like this person's going to be a problem, like they're going to cause me problems. It's that like I've explained this before, is that like if this person like if I initiate a relationship with this person in any capacity, like I'm going to have my defenses significantly lower around this person for whatever reason, and I'm not necessarily able to clock the why behind the reason. It's not like a appearance thing. It's not like it's just like an overarching vibe about a person. It's like yeah, sometimes when I just like see a person, I'm like, oh, based on how this person presents their public persona, like it's going to be disarming for me encountering them in real life, and I can already tell that that's the case. And like it's interesting because like even that like that's the one context in which I feel I guess also sometimes like I get like a bad vibe from some people, and I'm like, oh, like I'm going to have my guard up no matter what this person does, unless they can prove themselves like trustworthy. I guess in those two contexts, like because they're extreme, I feel like I still subscribe to, or at least am like continue to monitor my internal reactions to those feelings. But like generally speaking, yeah, no, I don't trust my gut. Now when my gut says, okay, like this person's going to end up annoying the shit out of me, I trust my gut. I be trusting my gut for bad vibes from people, good vibes from people, reaction times in emergencies, super quick decision making. Okay, see, I don't trust my gut about emergency things because I'm so on edge all the time that like I actively know that it's not my gut when an emergency happens, and I act quickly because it's the constant disaster casting and being on high alert to the point where it's like destroying my heart health. Like that is how I spend every single waking hour of every single day, is expecting something bad to happen. So when something bad does happen, the fact that I like gather myself incredibly quickly and get myself and the people close to me to safety is not like, oh yeah, I trusted my gut on that one. It's like, no. I trusted my like incessant panic on that one. Also, I know my gut isn't fallible. I have a horrible natural sense of direction, for example. Yeah. Me too. That's why in video games I want folks to, is that Neo? Girl, what the hell? I was just about to leave.
I mean, that's fine. I'm like, yeah.
No, but I want to spend my time with you.
Well, I'm chilling right now until I get called. I'm at urgent care right now, or I'm waiting for one. But like
Are
once I
you
get that sorted, I'll be
okay?
home.
Okay. Okay.
Am I okay? I don't know.
Right. Yeah. That's why.
I don't know.
That's how you end up at that place. Okay, but I'm sending you soothing and healing vibes and going like just imagine I'm like massaging your shoulders and going like it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. But yeah, I am gonna go take a bio break and I should be back in like 15 minutes. Hopefully that'll be they'll see you by then.
Okay.
Okay. All right, y'all. Back in a bit. Hey y'all, I'm back. We've returned to do some art, I think. Did I switch to art? Switch to something. Yeah, we're doing art. Okay, we finished doing the character design for Edmund. I have to go, the next one is Anya. Um, oh, this should be a pop-up. Why is it not doing the pop-up thing? Pop-up. There we go. There's also a part of me that I've been saying this, but I kind of want to start working on the thumbnails rather than exclusively doing the character designs because you don't require what's Anya's last name?
Hello.
Hello, welcome back. I was thinking as I returned to sit down here that I'm interested in beginning to strategize implementable things rather than just going back and forth talking about what we've been talking about.
Noted.
Yeah.
I want to look up more Patreons. Right now I have 9 in here.
A thing that I'd be willing to do is not on stream just because the contents are privileged for people who actually pay for the Patreon, but like doing like a thing where I show you the ones that I'm subscribed to on like Discord or something, private call. So you can kind of see what kind of content.
What Patreons do you subscribe to?
I subscribe to my 2 faves, Chew, the comic artist, and Ronald Wimberly.
Chew?
Mm-hmm. CHOO.
Chew, like, oh, Chew.
Mm-hmm.
I was spelling it CHEW in my brain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense for you. That makes the utmost of sense.
Yeah, there's other.
I'll add them to my spreadsheet.
Yeah.
And you don't have to put them on screen because I can find these.
Right, but you need to be subscribed to be able to see.
Actually, if you're not subscribed, I think it's a little easier to see the tiers.
Oh, the tiers. Yeah, I got you.
Are you a girl or boy? Sack of flesh.
What's that from?
This is on Choose FAQ.
Oh yeah. Onion
Chew
wrap.
actually does not. Only has 2 tiers. Well, 3 technically.
Well, yeah, they started out just as like they would only allow people to pledge $2, and then when it got more elaborate, they increased the number of tiers. But
do they tell you how many subscribers they have?
Let me see. Wonder if you feel the same way I do. In your eyes. Switch to member. No, they have it turned off. Oh, how does it describe? Oh, I can see it. I was gonna say, how does it describe the membership tiers?
Yeah, this is the first one I've seen that doesn't share how many members it has. So if you can see that on the what you call it, let me know.
No, I can't. I do not see it. Yeah, they have it turned off.
Mystery. Okay, and then Ronald, where are you at?
His is called Lab, LAAB.
Lab. It makes me think of the food. I think it's called labna.
Oh, I'm not familiar. Also,
It's kind of like yogurt.
Oh, but his is
Rusty, that was gross.
yeah, that was a weird noise. But his is also hidden. It looks like.
It says there are 49 paid members.
Oh, maybe I.
Yeah, it's easier to see when you're actually not signed in. I realized.
Wait, is there a desktop app for Patreon?
Oh, he has a webtoon?
Yeah, I actually have a physical copy of it. Grotnine, KGMR. It like takes place in the same universe as Prince of Cats, but it's set in like modern day.
Nice. And he does a podcast?
I hadn't seen that.
It's on the co-defendant membership.
Oh, damn. I might need to upgrade.
Did you read his did
Oh,
he make a
it's with
comic about a
Julian, I
black
think.
pilot recently?
Yes. I haven't read it. But it's his podcast with Julian, and I'm good on listening to Julian talk. So
It's Julian.
it's his best friend and like local comic legend, Julian Little.
Ooh, I want to know about a local comic legend.
I mean, it's in the same sense that Ron is, but the Dagger and I have like a not a horror story, but something bordering on horror story. From no, it's not bad. It's really not bad. But like one time that we were hanging out with Ron, we brought up Dragon Ball, and Ron, as a way of getting out of the conversation, was like, I'm gonna go get a drink, but Julian, you should tell them the theory that you have about Vegeta. And Julian proceeded to, for 45 minutes without interruption or allowing any a word in edgewise, started yapping about like his feelings and thoughts about Vegeta in Dragon Ball, and like Dagger and I were just trapped there, like listening to him talk, like we almost missed our bus because
What's the theory?
I don't remember. This is back in like 2019. But
Man, Ronald is a human after my own heart. I have absolutely done that with somebody before, where I was just like, oh, hey, tell this person what you were just telling me. Disappeared, never to be seen again.
It was funny, but like after that experience, I'm just like fully done listening to Julian talk about anything. Like even when we hang out, I'm just like very minimal on like the questions, and like just allow him to, you know, be a normal contributor to the general conversation. If it's just the two of us, then I'm like, hey, can I get you a drink? And then like wait till the community has regathered, like either he's joined a group of people to talk to, or like people have just kind of generally gathered, and I'm like, okay, I'm like it's not possible for me to be subjected to just listening to Julian talk about something anymore.
Okay, so 50 times 2 would just be 100. 50 times 8 would be 400. So there's probably more $8 members.
Are you doing an estimate for how much?
Yeah, I try to estimate which one is the most popular tier. And I'm gonna guess for Chu that the $2 is the most popular tier, because you said for the longest time that was the only available.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if it's easier to look at on the app. Also, I said I have 40 total members, and that's true based on the like looking at the app, but I only have 22 paid members. There's 40 people who follow when I post public things.
Work?
Because you can post things publicly to Patreon, and people can follow without subscribing.
Interesting. Kind of like OnlyFans.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I can see it on the mobile app. Let's see if Chu has it listed. No, just the number of posts, but not the number of subscribers. Who else do I follow? Excuse me. uh,
And I want to get some people in here who aren't comic artists. Right now, it's almost exclusively comic artists.
I almost exclusively follow comic artists, or people who I subscribe to are all comic artists. Art Twink, but we're friends.
Oh, I think I know Art Twink. Peripherally.
Yeah, they're pretty active.
Oops, I'm mixing them up with somebody else.
Oh.
Wow, this looks like the website of somebody who went to art school. I don't know if that's true about them.
I can't remember. But yeah, their work is like they get a lot of professional work. Their stuff is so good. But yeah, really active in activism circles and like works in leftist communities in like where they live in California. I didn't realize that they hadn't posted all year, but they did say that they're going to slow down. And they've been posting on social media still. Like engaged in like a big project. Yeah, animation. I want to subscribe to some animation.
Whoa. Oh, I just don't know how to read this website. Never mind.
Tiana.
I forgot people moved to Pillow Fort.
Is that another crowdfunding site?
I think it's like a art sharing site.
Here's another person who were like social media mutuals. I
Is it on stream?
sent it on Discord.
Cute. Da it sai san.
You said you want to do less whatchamacallums. Oh, whoa, you can I haven't been able to post products on Patreon before. Is that like a maybe only specific, oh, maybe pro members are the only ones who can do that. Hmm. Oh. Oh, it's only digital. Oh, okay. Yeah. Do you need to be a specific tier? Start selling minutes.
Interesting.
Oh, it won't let me. Yeah, maybe it's because of my like creator level. Creators can sell digital products like videos and other files directly to customers, whether they're a member or not, through their shop tab. I feel like it's not letting me do it because I'm a founder and like they want you to upgrade to be able to. It's like every time I try to log in, it just redirects me to the front page.
Whoops.
What?
I just am not very familiar with how to navigate the Members app on my computer. And a bunch of the things I do from Google Sheets are not the same hotkeys. 3, 13. Yeah, I bet it's this one.
What you yapping about?
Me?
Can you hear that?
No.
The cat is being very vocal right now.
I could hear Jasper earlier.
They're lying down, but they're also meowing loudly. It's like, yes?
I feel like orange cats like to be loud, but I trained my ex's orange cat to never meow.
Oh yeah, I meant to tell Galaxy about the book. Okay, maybe if I
Who says,
log
Cup,
out.
you ever play Left 4 Dead 2? That first person shooter from the Xbox 360 days?
You can pretty much, like, if it's a first person shooter, you can pretty much guarantee that I have not played it and have not been interested in playing it. I'm first person shooter phobic.
Averse.
Much to averse. Much to Faye's chagrin, because Faye is a first person shooter super fan. It's like their special interest.
It's not even that I'm first person shooter phobic, it's that I get so lost in those games where you like navigate that way.
Mm-hmm.
And it is not fun for me to be lost in a game. I can be lost in real life.
Yeah. Okay. Sell products. Sell products. I was asking because your character Anya is giving me Rochelle, a character in Left 4 Dead 2 vibes. Oh, this isn't my character. I'm doing a mini comic commission for someone else. Excuse me. Will it work this time? Did not work. Oh, why is it like this? Okay. Um, oh. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, how do it simply won't let me do it. Maybe I have to do it on mobile. Oh, right. This is commission you've been working on. Yeah. Oh, okay, here we go. Monthly, annual subscriptions, membership tiers, free trials and special offers, priority cost, customer support, engagement tools, chat, CM comments, member analytics, and insights. Everything from Pro plus dedicated partner management team account, merch for membership. Okay, I think that's the sell your products thing. But if I did a premium Patreon account, they would take 12% of my income.
Woof.
Yeah. Well, now I know how they stay in business. Jesus, though, like some folks on here have like uh like just the prospect of having hundreds of members, like paid members, just deeply astonishing to me.
On my spreadsheet, the person with the most paid members is 4,600. But that dude has been making webcomics for like the last 20 years. So
yeah. Well, who's next in line?
let's see. Next highest after 4,600 on this sheet is SC Case with 700. I would not have guessed that. Oh wait, no, I was reading this wrong. Although actually my number wasn't terribly off. The person who I said had 4,600 members has 4,600 posts. They have 4,500 members.
Oh, okay.
The next highest number of members is 3,800 members, and Tom Siddle. I've been reading his comics since I was 15. And he's actually been working on the same comic that entire time. It's getting close to the end. It's very exciting.
Blue asks, is your account a legacy account? Yes, it is. Older than the recent changes or price hikes they've made since 2019. Yeah.
I know people on Patreon back in the day were saying, like, if you ever want one, you should get one now because they're about to change the...
Yeah, that was where the 8 and 12% user fees got, creator fees got implemented. But they let the people who had made one before then keep their current rates.
And I was like, I'm never using Patreon, and I did not set one up.
Now there's other services like Ko-fi, etc., that like are more like, I guess, attractive. Lou says I had one, but eventually deleted it. It was getting more traction on Ko-fi than I was getting on more traction on Ko-fi than I was Patreon. Yeah.
Blue, do you have a comic?
No, she writes. No, I try to monetize my articles and essays.
Do you have a Medium or a Substack?
The answer to that is yes. I follow their Medium account, I think.
Schmedium.
Schmedium. I'm gonna DM you her website. If that's okay with you,
Let's
Blue.
maybe wait for Blue to confirm the okay.
Mm-hmm. I have a Medium and a Substack. I used to be a paid member of Medium until they made it a requirement to have 100+ members to stay in the creator program. Is it okay if I share your website with Layla?
Sure. Genre. It's in the bio.
Setting down my stylus. I should just want to just continue to write, to draw. Okay. I use Substack to promote my work on my site, so I just post previews there. Yeah. Layla.
Yes.
I was gonna say something. Like, I do aspire to. No, that's not correct. I was gonna. Okay, here's what I was going to say, but I just don't agree with myself. I was thinking about Choose Patreon and how every month they post a full illustration that's like their for the toast tier. Like you're guaranteed to get the process drawings and illustration every month, and they've been really good about being consistent about that for like the past 2 or 3 years. And there's a part of me that wants to do something like that, but I fully do not have any desire whatsoever to commit to making like producing the same thing every month, just because I don't feel like I can trust myself to stick to anything.
Could it be that you produce something every month and it not necessarily be an illustration?
Well, I don't like a combination of like time blindness, executive dysfunction, how random the different projects are that I end up working on are, and like lack of internal motivation, and like not caring about any specific like fandom idea, my own characters enough to like continuously generate stuff. And I don't have a practice where like Chew will just like they have a almost daily study practice, and they'll just turn some of their studies into an illustration. And like I don't study. Like I know that I'm always working on stuff, but like I don't like go like let me do like some life drawing this weekend. I'm not internally motivated to do anything like that. So I feel like the answer is no, but like I do manage every month to post something, but it's never like consistent.
Let me look back at some of your past stuff now that I have that ability.
Yeah, I have productivity bursts, fits and starts. Wait, had you not scrolled through my Patreon yet? Oh, okay. Interesting.
I just joined it like yesterday. And
Right.
also, I've been scrolling through your various pages a lot the past week.
Mm. Yeah, I've managed to post at least once a month. I don't even see like the last big break. March 2024. More words than I had ever heard in December 2023. November. October. September. August. Yeah, I haven't missed a month in years.
Very good.
Oh, I'm free. Are you going through and liking them?
I liked one.
Okay. A notification pop up and I was like, what is going on? Yeah, I'm curious if I even missed anything in 2022. Because I know that I'd like be like uh, talking about being guilt motivated, right?
Mhm.
Like I post something the last week of each month, basically like out of knowledge that it's the most effective way to let people know so that they don't accidentally overdraft their cards.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be like if you look at the end of the month, all of the end of the month ones say like, hey, hi patrons, gird your bank accounts. Yeah, I didn't miss a single
Who's
post.
Nivian?
Nivian is the god of air and space in the fantasy world that I'm working on for the aforementioned D&D campaign.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't miss a single month in 2022 or 2023 or 2024. But a lot of those posts are also just like commissions that I was working on or things I was doing for other people than original content.
I never would have guessed this was a picture from a Renaissance festival.
Which one? What month?
It's September 2023.
Wait, it's not.
Oh?
What does it say? Or where did you get
That
the...
last weekend with the squad and this weekend at the Renaissance Festival, so didn't manage to find time to update, but the pages are coming along.
Yeah, last weekend with the squad. This is the squad photo. I didn't take any photos of the Renaissance Festival.
I thought with the squad and this weekend both applied to Renaissance Festival.
No, last weekend...
I just assumed the squad was also at the Renaissance Festival.
No, spent last weekend with the squad and this weekend at the Renaissance Festival. I don't know how... Yeah. No. But do you recognize anybody in there? Actually, probably not. But
let me see.
A bunch of what do you call it? Regulars in here are in here. So Dagger's on the far right. That's Reganis next to Dagger
with
behind
the black paisley.
Yeah, and then with the pink hair wrap, that's Reganis, and then behind Reganis is Neo, me behind Neo. Ultra Desi is next to me in the red shirt. Kainonat and OG-san, who are infrequent, but like they do come in here sometimes, are in front of Chris. And then on the far left is Mudave. And
alternate Dagger?
Yeah, yep. Precisely. The fact that they both showed up dressed like that and didn't know that each other were gonna dress like that was really funny. Alternate universe Dagger.
Also, the fact that they're on opposite sides of this picture.
Fully incidental.
Y'all are each other's tethers.
Yeah. Honestly, you could probably map who's tether across the entire friend group. But this is impressive because so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of the people in this photo are local, but one of them lives in California, one of them lives in New York. No, two of them live in New York City. Tiger lives upstate, and Mutave lives in the UK. And so and then the person who took the photo is Ao Sappho, and Sappho basically bankrolled bringing Vey over here from the UK, and that's why everyone was like, yo, we gotta squad up. And so
Amazing.
and another person lives in Ohio, and so everybody was like, all right, well, we know where the base of operations is, and it's Baltimore, so we'll all come through. And we just had a real wild weekend.
Where did y'all meet up?
At an Airbnb in downtown Baltimore. Yeah.
Who's from Ohio?
The one in with the orange hair tie. That's kind of not. Yeah, but he travels a bunch because he's yeah. Kai is also probably a pretty good person to look at for because he works full time as an illustrator and is able to afford a house in Columbus based off of his income.
How do I find Kai online?
His username is Kainonaut, as in astronaut. So Kai and then no not Kai no not on all social media. I was going to link you to his Patreon specifically though.
Kainonaut.com. Painterly.
Yeah. He's the main illustrator for a really super popular Twitch streamer named Maximilian Dude, spelled Dood. If you Google that name, he's famous enough that it actually returns.
Really did not know of any famous Twitch streamers before meeting you.
Mm-hmm.
And now I know two.
Yeah, he's got 1.2 million followers on Twitch.
Does not look like Kainonaut has a
what?
Patreon.
I linked you to it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, in Discord.
Man, across all my devices, I don't get no notifications.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Listen, sometimes you gotta.
What an odd Patreon.
How?
I don't see any tier information. Oh, they changed their logo. That other one was hideous.
What? What?
Patreon.
Oh. Oh yeah, you're right. There's no like I'm subscribed, I think, for $5 personally. It's like just a straight up pay what you want model. Does it say how many followers he has?
It only says that there are 44 posts.
Oh damn. Yeah, wow. Not advertising, simply existing.
I really like the style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kai is a big advocate for the kinds of um uh art things that you seem to prioritize. Like if you ever watch him streaming while he's working, he's like will go on long rants talking about like if you can't tell there's a person who made the art, then what even is the point? And like he thinks that
I agree with that.
yeah, but he specifically thinks that like the way that you communicate that is like by having the work remain sketchy and uh yeah, like he basically like does a sketch phase, a line art phase, and then just paints on top of like on both, so everything's visible on some level.
Oh, that's how I used to draw digitally,
Mm-hmm.
just everything on one layer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a big one layer is all you need type of painter.
That's cool as hell.
To you.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, checking back in chat. No one said anything.
I assume this person also does analog painting.
Not so much. I mean, like he's proficient in it and has a bunch of sketchbooks and like tests out different like markers and brushes and stuff, but doesn't like post it ever.
Mm.
He's way more interested in like figuring out ways of developing digital art that like has that feel to it than like prioritizing specific medium. Also another compulsive drawer, like um like when I was in like we used to be part of the same Discord server, and when we were like in regular contact, I don't think like Kai went more than like a couple days without drawing. Like even when he was like sick or bedridden, he'd still be like still drawing something. Boom, 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 boom.
Mm.
Bum ba-dum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum ba-da-dum bum 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 ba-da-dum bum bum bum.
There's so much movement in all of these pieces. I'm kind of curious to see like a quiet piece.
Oh, that's
That's
never
very
gonna.
still.
No. Why? Well, this is his whole entire niche. Is like,
And listen,
yeah,
amazing, amazingly done.
yeah. But that's you're never gonna get that. I don't think. I can't even remember the last. He did a Astro Boy fan art like back in 2019, 18 maybe. That was a little bit calmer than average, but I'm never gonna get it. I don't contemplate.
I just watched a video on Kai's Twitter showing the one layer of it all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I found a quiet piece. It's on Twitter. It still has movement, and it's a commission.
Well, what's it of?
Skull Girl's Parasol.
Mm. Oh. Yeah, that's still a lot. Or still a lot of like visual movement. Oh, uh, here's the piece that I was thinking of. Before they blew up, type beat.
Oh, this is gorgeous.
Ankle serotonin. So goddamn poet. Oh. I saw that I posted on Twitter a work in progress from Sekiro
Mm-hmm.
From the end of last year, and my brain was like because it's like very like a teaser of like what's to come. My brain instinctively was like, oh, I want to see this full piece. Like I feel like I've seen it before. Where did I see it before? And then I remembered, oh, he DM'd it to me. Like that's where I saw that.
Nice.
Yeah, so I can look at it whatever I want. Me and everyone else gotta wait till he finishes. It's coming along though, goddamn. Hmm. I forgot that he sent me a message being like, ever thought about doing a Hollow Knight OC? I hadn't thought about doing a Hollow Knight OC. Oh no.
Oh no.
Uh, it seems like OSHA is walking back their Gazan genocide database.
OSHA? Occupational Safety
No, no,
Hazard.
no, no, no. OCHA, the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. Because I've been using a specific website based on their data when posting to Patreon. And like, okay, so last month I wrote, as I write this, the Israeli genocide of the Gazan people continues and has thus far claimed the lives of 20,000 Arab Palestinians, injured at least 52,000, and displaced 1.9 million, 85% of Gaza's population, in what is an apparent act of open nationalist ethnic cleansing. And it linked that paragraph linked to a specific like data tracker of like casualties. And
No, it just
that,
goes to OSHAUp.org.
yes. And if you go to their data and like look at the casualties regarding the like Palestinian fatalities, the current number since 2008 from all cumulative conflicts in Palestine is 7,180 fatalities. And
That is ridiculous. But this whole thing is such an insult to Obviously, like any notions of like justice or morality, but also people's intelligence.
Yeah.
Oh, my phone honked at me. What are you honking about the phone?
Yeah, the current number of Palestinian fatalities for the recent, hold on. This has got to be, okay, casualties in the context of ongoing hostilities in Gaza will only be added to this page once these incidents have been independently verified. Until then, reported figures on those are in our flash updates and snapshots. Okay. Which is no longer available. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, they just walked back all the data from
Hundreds of
2024.
thousands of deaths. That's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Okay, here we go. January 2025. Okay, here we go. We've got a new page to link. Here's the, I found it. It was difficult to find, but I found it. I'm just going to link it to you on Discord so that you can see that they're not fully erasing anything. It's harder to find. Okay. What is that? Is that like a TikTok sound or?
Simon said he wanted my phone's notification noise to be him saying bonk, so.
Bonk. Bonk. Ooh. We are in a little bit of a COVID peak.
Oh, we are? Damn. I haven't checked that data in a while.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll send a screenshot. Bonk.
I should have put that in the children's book for them, but it's too late. It's already as many pages that I'm willing to make.
Yeah. It's so, oh, the notification thing or okay, yeah. Yeah, this United States. Chat saying anything? Organa says that is so fucked up. Yeah, it's we found the page though. Bonk soda, Scout's favorite. What's Scout's favorite? Bonk.
Bonk.
Scout's favorite. Bonk soda. I don't understand what that means. Oh, they've certainly made it so that ideas like justice and morality really don't matter anymore. They're more or less saying there will be no resources to hold them accountable for anything. Okay, so I have to walk back what I said because it turns out that they just moved the URL. It was harder to find, but I did find it. And the numbers.
And so the data you were looking at just wasn't updated.
Or no, it's that they got rid the website, the page where the data was originally had been like scrubbed, but and they said like you can now find this data in this place, but it wasn't just click this link and it would take you to that place. It like just took you to a list of a bunch of different conflicts and data sets. And I had to like look around the website a bunch to actually find that the main page. Bonk. Oh.
Favorite tofu dishes that don't require frying. Or should I just lean in and fry the tofu too?
Also, the number of people who like now that like they've done more data about how many people have died, it's more than twice the number that was quoted last month.
That makes perfect sense to me. They've been underestimating it the entire time because Gaza is held to such a ridiculously high standard of proving anything ever.
Mm-hmm. Also, the new data page, rather than like being text that can be copied, it's like a specific type of like web document where it's embedded into the page, and it's like it's an infographic that you can't copy the text from, which is like another thing that's extremely frustrating.
Barrier to sharing.
Yeah. Jesus. The displacement and like shelter needs are also way higher than like initially reported, or like consistently. Okay. What do you call, there's a specific word that I'm trying to think of, and it's like a way of describing like corporate news offices. Um it's similar to the idea of a station.
Outlet?
Not outlet. It's like what they internally refer to themselves as. Like when a reporter is trying to get a story past, it needs to like get vetted by the, and I can't think of the word. Fact checkers? No. The word that I'm looking for is a word that's representative of the entire, like Layla said, outlet, like news outlet, like um like
Station?
no. And again, that was a word that I used to refer to it said, I said it's a word similar to station. Like CNN, Fox News, like they're considered news, and then there's a word, and I can't remember what the word is.
Broadcasts?
No, because broadcast is like it's, that's what it,
Network?
Network. Maybe, yeah, that seems right. Network.
Bang, bang, bang.
Maybe. Hold on. That might still be close, but not exactly right. Network is extremely, like, if not exactly correct, extremely close.
Were there any other things that you were interested in potentially adding to your Patreon or making a feature of your Patreon?
No. Like like I said back in early 2023, I liked the idea of like every month having a very like strict output of like comic pages, yonkoma, pedal party pedagogy. Yeah, for the Ford panel comedy comics. Pedal party pedagogy, and what was the fourth thing? Oh, a patron voted illustration. I like had a like I would do polls over the course of the month, and then whatever won the poll for that month would be the thing that I illustrated, and I would like do that for the final week of the month, and then post it, and then
I like that idea a lot.
I know I liked it too, but it wasn't sustainable.
Okay, I'll put a note here.
No, that's how I got the. Let's see, what illustrations did I do that were part of that? You can see it on my Patreon by clicking the tag.
I can't believe I didn't link these things in my spreadsheet. Like, what's even the point
If you don't link them in the spreadsheet.
if you don't link them in the spreadsheet?
My tags are.
What am I, a spreadsheet noob?
No, the poll posts are different from the illustration post. What's the tag for the illustration? Oh, champion posts, what they're called. That can't be right. Giving me more results than I should be getting. Yeah, this is giving. Yeah, there's only 2 champion posts. Yeah, I was able to, managed to do 2 illustrations as a result of the poll. There's the Lunar New Year post, and
I like the Lunar New Year post you did.
thank you.
How many people voted in those polls?
Let me look at the poll tags. Poll. How many people voted total? Oh, for one of them, it seems like the average is about 2 votes total. In one of them, 4 people voted. 4 people voted in 2 of them. Yeah. I feel like the majority of my following on Patreon currently is people who are basically like AFK and financially flush, so they just haven't even checked it in years. Like I used to average 1 like on my Patreon posts when Victoria was subscribed on every post. But besides that, like my ex occasionally checks in and comments, and my like complicated situation, but younger sibling, but not Dandy or Logan, talking about so when I was when we were homeschooled, there was another family that we did like homeschool activities with, and I ended up getting so close to that whole family that like I consider them like my siblings, if that makes sense.
Got you. Your parents don't really seem like the having a secret kid out of wedlock type. So
Yeah.
That's what that reaction was.
Yeah, got you. Although they do joke about it an awful lot for people who, that's the thing, right? You can joke about it a bunch when it's not like likely or the case.
I know my dad jokes about it, and I'm just like, you have 3 baby mamas. Not your joke.
You're in no position.
I fear you do not have a joke about secret children privilege.
Yeah, it must be network, because it might be why I was having such a hard time thinking of it too, because this, like, it feels wrong, but I think that's right.
Yeah, I have no way to guess what most people are giving to either Kai or Motive A.
Yes? He has been bothering me.
Oh.
He literally just left from here to go bother you. They were in here meowing loudly and then lying down and then getting up and then meowing loudly and then lying down and then getting up. I think they just realized you're 20 minutes into your shift and want to, they're like, hey, pay attention to me. You just spent the past 4 hours paying attention to me. What happened to that?
Hi, Galaxy. Hi, Jasper.
Layla says, hi, Galaxy. Hi, Jasper. Playful bites.
Yeah.
I didn't.
You are such a Jasper.
Yeah. Once I realized that, like, okay, what am I trying to say? Oh, y'all said that he's bitey and scratchy. But once I started playing with him and realized, like, he will fully scratch you playfully, I was like, oh, that might have been the case. Like, even when he's hissy, that might be playful hissy.
And I can tell when he's trying to be snails so garbage. It's not
Y'all have a scratchy thing for him? Scratchy post?
It's coming in the mail.
Mm.
Layla asked if we have a scratchy thing.
Yep, we got a whole tree coming.
Mm-hmm.
Scratchy.
Does he like catnip?
Catnip. We haven't tried catnip, have we?
No, but that's also coming.
We have some.
They're treats.
Oh, treats
so
with
it's not the same.
Okay.
But we've got like actual catnip. It's in the order with the stuff my mom got.
Blue says all little homie needs is a pal named Horace. Horace and Jasper.
Oh wait, no, wrong city.
Okay,
I was gonna say
I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
Prince of Egypt?
Is it? I don't know.
See, Blue is notorious in here for dropping what they think are like, oh, this is just like not even a deep cut. This is like a relatable joke for everybody, and it'll be like,
wait, huh? Blue, do you think that your references are deep cuts, or do you think they're relatable for everybody?
I think she thinks that they're relatable for everybody. What were you gonna say? What were you saying?
If you Google Jasper and Horace, I'm sure the answer will come up.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I think it's Prince.
Those do not sound like biblical names.
Oh,
101 Dalmatians.
See. Okay.
See, this is like.
Yeah, exactly.
it's the goons from 101 Dalmatians.
Horace really fucked me up. The fuck.
I think they're relatable, unfortunately, says Blue.
I like
Layla.
101 Dalmatians.
No.
Noted.
Layla asked, like, do
Noted,
you
Blue.
think that your jokes and references are deep cuts, or do you think that they're relatable? And Blue is basically like, unfortunately, I'm thinking, I think she's thinking, yo, everybody's gonna love this joke, and then we go, huh? What?
Blue,
Yeah, but
if it
have
was a reference
context.
to Flotsam and Jetsam from The Little Mermaid, I would have had that.
Hmm. Layla says if it was Flotsam and Jetsam from The Little Mermaid, they would have got that.
Yeah, but they're working with what they got. The material is that our cat is named Jasper.
Mm-hmm. No,
Yeah.
Listen, here's my thing.
This was a good pull in my opinion.
No, I agree. It's good. It's just when I do this kind of thing, I also just provide enough context for people to be like, ah, yes. Like if you said, all little homie needs now is a pal named Horace, and then in parentheses, a la the goons from 101 Dalmatians, I'd have been like, that's fucking funny. But instead, I just went, huh?
This is a really autistic group of people, so I'm like,
My
Okay,
preferred technique is to slip it in conversation and see if anybody catches.
Galaxy said this is a really autistic conversation, so I'm gonna go back to work and walked away.
Freedoms you have in autistic conversations.
Huh? Freedoms you have, yes, truly. Yeah, I've made it part of my praxis to provide context in all contexts. With regard to joke telling. Okay. Did I do anything else this month besides white noise report things? I don't think so. Spent a lot of time updating all of my software. I'll look at my phone. Phone will tell me. Oh, I guess I could post the comic pages too. That's a little less I don't know. I feel bad updating the Patreon about my comic on half-finished comic pages. Funny as fuck that I just fully forgot about it though. Someone's watching over us.
How many copies of that prologue comic do you have?
2. I just did a test print. And the colors came out too dark. Just like the final. That was part of the reason why I wanted to switch over to uncoded. Hilariously. Actually, my doom. Oh no. Oh shit. I would have saved it as a draft, right? Yeah. I accidentally hit back while I was working on how I see my drafts. Hey yo, where my drafts at? Oh, if I go to posts. Never mind, it simply did not save. Why didn't it save? Is there a way to see drafts? Please, 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 please. Hell yeah. Where was this? Oh, library drafts. Got it. The dog days are over. The dog days are. Run fast for your mother, run fast for your father, run for your children, for your sisters and brothers. Leave all your love and your lonely behind. You can't carry it with you if you want to survive. Did you get notified, Layla?
That.
A new post went up on Patreon.
Let us see.
Wow.
Yes.
Nice.
Black Bars Comics. Colby Parker. I'll follow this.
I'll have something to share.
I love the tones in
For
these latest updates
for
of
Yeah.
I'm a sucker for black and white comics.
Yeah. I like I like the style, and I'm just looking forward to like how do I explain this? I actually don't know how to explain it. I enjoy the style and um find it more fun and dynamic to work in. It's solving new I'm solving new problems different from the ones that I was solving during the color era. So going forward, doing the rest of the comic in black and white, I'm like, yes.
I am so silly. My friend is in a play, and I was looking at the price of the tickets, and I'm clicking on all the different tickets, and the price just seems to be getting like higher and higher. I was like, wait, how did it go from like $250 to like $1,000 a ticket? And the answer is because I was selecting all of the tickets, and it was being added up as like 8 different tickets.
No, I want this ticket and this ticket and this ticket.
So I'm like clicking on like the balcony. I was like, damn, a balcony ticket is $1,024. But also, how come the first ticket was like $250?
It's so funny.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
I guess these aren't balcony tickets. I guess.
Okay, how much energy do I have to actually keep working? I'm so hungry. How long am I streaming? 6 hours? Okay. Let's do 20 minutes, half an hour more, and then I'm gonna go figure out what I'm gonna do with the rest of my life. Ooh, I think Galaxy wanted me to order food. Like groceries. Oh, I'm just gonna DM them that book so that I don't forget. What's the book called? The cat training book?
The Trainable Cat.
Um, uh, is it by John Bradshaw?
No, it's probably like Sarah something.
Oh, John Bradshaw and Sarah Ellis.
Yes. Did not know there was a dude involved.
A John. Oh no, when did a John get involved?
I can't believe there's a book called Play with Your Cat.
Listen, some people don't know to do it. It's not an instinct they have.
I feel like it's fairly straightforward.
Nope. Yeah. It's similar to like there are just tons of people who don't have like what other people consider instincts. Like thinking about
Yeah, I had to learn this one.
what? Which one?
I thought that everybody femme had like baby handling instincts. So I kind of just dropped Simon in my friend's arms. And then after I saw their like horrified face, I was just like, oh, this was a mistake.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah.
But it just like didn't occur to me that it was possible to get to our big age in our bodies and not know how to take care of baby because baby has been thrown into my arms like since I was 3.
Right. Yeah.
It feels like breathing or something.
Like breathing. There's got to be a different metaphor there or simile. Speaking maybe, because that is a thing that you have to learn, but it's something that like if you get early enough exposure to it, you don't have to think that much about it.
Okay, I can accept that.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know where I acquired my baby handling. I guess being in a church.
That'll do it.
Yeah. Or having siblings.
I figured it would have been that one though.
Yeah. Like I have a memory from when I was 3 and Logan was first born, and like I was trying to hold them, and like my parents reinforced the idea of like you have to hold their neck up or else they'll stop breathing. I was like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
that's hugely important. I'm never gonna forget that. Like and legitimately never forgot. Yeah.
I don't have any 3-year-old memories of holding my brother, but my auntie was telling me that I used to scare the shit out of her because when he was like a newborn and I was 4, my mom would have me just like pick him up and carry places. She was like, you did not look big enough to pick him up.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah. I was trying to think of other examples of like things that don't quote unquote come naturally to people. Like, have you ever seen a person like just not know how to deal with kids?
I feel like yes.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people be
And
that way.
that feels also kind of the same to me.
Yeah, same. But
What do you mean?
I'm good with kids, and I've seen a lot of people like just freeze like when a child is like wants their attention, you know, and it's like that's not even like I don't even have to think about it. Like I just match energy, and so kids love me because I'm so like it's effortless for me to just match their energy. Uh yeah, same thing with animals. I think that like oh, you know what I think it's similar to? White people, a child is a person, just ask questions back. Yes. I mean, that's the thing is they don't necessarily always
Children
ask
are people.
questions though is the thing. That is true, the children are people, but I wouldn't consider like I'm not even just talking about when they ask questions, but like what's a good example? Oh, like my neighbor's kid, like literally upon meeting me, just like started climbing me, and like
Yeah.
I was just like, this is what we're doing now. You know, it's
Naturally.
like how high can you go? How high can you get? Or like making declarations. Like when like I'm like, hi, I'm Buttercup, and they're like, Buttercup? Your name's Buttercup? And I'm like, yep.
Yep.
Like rather than like missing a beat. Other examples. There was another one that I was thinking about. I get a lot of questions because I'm a substitute teacher, but truly you got to account for all the ways they explore the world. But you're we're gonna say something about white people. Oh yeah, I was gonna say something about white people. There are some things that seem instinctual that people like just because of lack of exposure, early exposure at like the proper stages of development, like never become comfortable with. And like how white people dance with their shoulders and arms is has always been deeply confusing to me because
Are you
everywhere
talking about the white girl like arms in the air, look at the elbows move?
Look at the elbows move. No, I'm okay. Here, I'm gonna give an example. Let me just even zoom out my camera. Okay, so I, as a person who grew up in Afro diasporic spaces, like my go-to way to dance is going to be moving my hips, and white people like when they start dancing, they start going like this, like moving their hands and their shoulders, and like they think that this is like and
Okay,
but like
look at your elbows like one after the other.
wait, which ones?
It doesn't matter. Just keep doing the same thing you were doing, but then switch to looking at your elbows as you're doing it. That's like the
I don't know.
wait, I can actually find this clip.
Okay, but like the reason why it's deeply confusing to me is that like you're gonna put yourself off balance if you're like using the part of your body that's heaviest to like do any kind of movement. So it makes like really intuitive sense to me to be like, yeah, no, I'm gonna move my legs. And to move your legs effectively, you have to have like do hip movements, and like me proportionally, like I've got a tiny like I've got tiny hips compared to my shoulders, so like that makes me even more top heavy, and that's also a thing that like stereotypically is a white trait. So it's like, how would you not first instinctively stabilize yourself when dancing? It's Rogue. Yeah, they also go up and down. What's the deal? Why are we going up and down instead of? No, but here's the thing: is that like this is an okay example, but they are moving their hips. Like they're actually moving their hips, and white people don't move their hips when they're dancing.
Rogue is getting it.
Yeah. This is an okay example, but it's not a great example. Everywhere else in the world that has like some sort of like dance tradition, like that isn't, I guess, fucking Northern Europe, like has hip movements as an intrinsic part of their dance history. And I guess like maybe it's generations of like white people prioritizing polyphonic and contrapuntal music rather than and tonal music rather than music that has rhythm. But like they like literally like domesticated themselves out of being able to dance. And like you can see it in their bodies, like generations and generations later, having multiple generations of people grown up on hip hop and jazz. They still like it's like, why are we doing that? It's because they're always doing the damn waltz. Yeah, exactly. Yes, waltzes and all of those dances that they did in Victorian England. Like if you watch the Pride and Prejudice movie, yeah. And what's that shit called? The Celtic like river dancing, proto river dancing, because river dancing was actually influenced by black tap dancing traditions, so that doesn't really count. But like the whatever the sort of like where they're stiff and they're like going up and down and like going hand to hand and then moving it around in a circle and then like doing little hops and stuff. It's like, okay, like meanwhile, everywhere else in the world, people are going like,
What is 88 grams to ounces?
88 grams to ounces?
Is 3.1 ounces. Any ounces plain?
Stream says, I'm Filipino and honestly dancing kind of stresses me out. I feel like I have to look cool. Never really put a lot of thought into what parts move. Interesting. What parts I move.
DRI, same. Which is why I typically do it inebriated. Which is why now I want to try to do it not inebriated.
Yeah. I have a core memory of in elementary school, and I've told Layla about this, but it's my like it's a gender affirming core memory where I was at a school dance and like was consecutively dancing with all the people I had crushes on and was just like, whoa, like the people I have crushes on want to dance with me, and they see me dancing with other people and also want to continue to dance with me. And a bunch of dudes, 2025 sober dancing, hands up. Wow, middle school is. This was elementary school. This is even. It was before middle school. But a bunch of dudes came up to me and were like, "Hey, yo, why do you dance like a girl?" And I was like, I like looked at how I was dancing and like was like became a little bit self-conscious about it, and then just thought about the fact that like, okay, well, they're like this is like, you know, the grinding era, and like they were all so hyper focused and prioritizing like doing that rather than actually dancing with the person, and it just like the self-consciousness just escaped my mind because I was like, what, like the girls I like don't care. So I'm just gonna keep dancing exactly the way that I'm dancing.
Stream says, wow, middle school Riz.
Yeah, and I said it was elementary school. It was even before Middle school.
Even more impressive.
I mean, I don't know if it's impressive so much as it's just like a testament to something. Unbothered, yeah. But so like realizing that they had even like gender colonized dance, like I just was like, I'm not even going to put this in storage. I'm just going to put it, like, I'm going to throw it out. Like, this is not actually useful information. I'm going to dance exactly the way. Seems like dancing should be done exactly the way that you feel to. And if people vibe with the way you dance, then they'll dance with you, right? It's a communication style. So if you're just like, hey girl, I'm trying to like stand still while you dance on me, you know, like that sounds horrible and very much 1000% no thank you. I want to actually have a conversation.
I think I had one crush, maybe two, throughout all of elementary school.
I had a crush on
I
had crushes on everybody in elementary school. Straight up everybody.
Damn. What was I doing in elementary school? I didn't have one.
Yeah, I had crushes on everybody in elementary school.
No, wait, let me ask this question. I had a friend who did get a crush on it was a triad of us, right? We were only 3 kids in school that liked anime. But then one of them actually developed a crush on the other kid and started excluding me. Does that count as like is me getting jealous about that? Is that having a crush?
No, you can get jealous of people of friends like either giving or taking away attention. Like what's a good example? I have 2 friends, Matthew and Darius, and when we were in choir together, sometimes Matthew would like go and talk with Darius on the other side of the room while I was like stuck doing whatever sort of choral like practice that we were doing, and like that like was really frustrating to me, and I would not consider currently with more interrogation maybe like my friendships with either of those people anything besides platonic, at least in terms of how they communicated it with me.
Yeah, I think I just miss my friends.
I ditched my crush in 2nd grade because he made fun of me for running slow. I think it was like a smell you later thing. It was not that serious. Yeah, no. I to this a thing that I do to this day is, and like I stand by this, and it may be fucked up, and it may be inspired by Shane from the L Word, but I neg my crushes like it's my absolute like job. Like it's a career decision for me to neg my crushes.
Boo.
No, I'll never give up.
I hate that.
I'll never stop.
I hate that so bad.
Yeah, hate to hear it.
No,
I super hate to hear that. For you, that's that raised as a boy type shit that you gotta let go of, friends.
No, each and everyone is getting a okay big head from me, guaranteed.
Oh
unless their head is extremely small and round, in which case we're talking about galaxy, and I that's the flip. The flip is extremely small round head that that's like a melon. I want to hold.
The gag is your partner has a small circular head. That's funny.
Yeah.
Your powers have no meaning here.
Yeah, they have no meaning here. Oh my god. The person that I'm dating, Michael, I think he does like a version of that. where he'll like be dead serious to my face, but say something completely silly. Like, what's a good example? I was like, I would be like, okay, I have to run to the store, but then Michael will be like, Dinan, and I'm like, what? We're in your car, and I'm like, stop.
Wait, what's the joke there? What's the
I
joke?
also don't get it.
We have to run to the store, but we're in your car.
Oh, just taking the, okay, yeah, no, that's, yeah, I'm familiar with this style of, like, how are we gonna run to the store when we're in your car?
You park the car and start running.
Okay, wait, hold on. This Layla is weak, specifically weak to this kind of humor, I think. Like Layla has a Pokemon style weakness to this kind of humor, I think.
I thought that it would trip me up because of the fact that I don't get metaphors half the time. But for someone to like make a joke that is like dead serious, like literal, is actually very funny to me.
Yeah. No, that's what
it's not literal enough.
No, it's literal enough for you to like gain like what's it called?
Clock?
No, it's what's the word? Something of suspension of disbelief. There you go. It plays with that just a little bit or just enough for you to be like, oh, this is a joke.
Yeah. I think it has to do with being able to read a person's vibe too, because like if a person does not understand those sort of like subtextual or like nuanced things, then like you gotta kind of switch it up. Like I know for a fact that like if I say something straight to the Galaxy's face, like they're going to take it seriously, even if I meant it as a joke. And I find that entertaining and will play off of that because I know that if I do it like in a subtle way, there will be a bit of a delay between them hearing it and registering that I'm like making fun. And that's where the humor is for me, where like I'll say something and they'll like take it seriously and then like 2 seconds later like make very scrunched up like face at me I get it. Yeah.
I don't want to hear that I am the gremlin, that I'm the Scorpio gremlin when Virgos are just out here just doing shit. You know what I'm saying? Like Michael's a Leo, but he's close enough to your birthday cup where it's just like this is kind of cusping into Virgo territory for me.
I'm gonna think of an example so that you can see how like still puzzle brained it is, because it's not chaotic, right? Like I'm not instilling chaos. I'm doing something that is extremely predictable and getting exactly the result that I want, and then like that's where the humor is. It's the predictability of it is the humor.
Stop, because in every Scorpio little like Virgo in like every Scorpio little zodiac girly chart, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, Scorpios, they be like mad manipulative. They be like all mysterious. They be like sexed up. And I'm just like, that's not me, ho. That's Cup. Look at the way they explain jokes.
Okay, but like again, like it's if something is predictable, then it doesn't count as chaotic.
I'm not a chaotic. Well, that's a lie.
I was gonna say you are legitimately a chaotic person.
But can you track my behavior? Yes.
No, I cannot. It is
You're lying.
I literally just did not say the thing that you said. How could I possibly be lying?
I don't know.
Predictable, chaotic kind of intrigues me with what a spectrum. Yeah, okay. I want to think of an example because like like there was something that happened within the past like 48 hours where I did the thing that I was just talking about with Galaxy.
Oh. IRL delay is scrunny. The scrunch. Oh my god. Now your new stream buddy just like agreeing with you, Cup.
Listen, I'm a very relatable person. Wow, what was the thing that I said to Galaxy that had them goofing?
Scrunchy.
Scrunchy.
Don't you know?
Did it have to do with Jasper?
And about a revolution sound.
Yeah, saying things specifically because I know that Galaxy like won't like it, but not in a way where it's like distressing, but it's just like oh yeah, okay, so sometimes people have like insecurities, but they're not the kind of insecurities that they're like uh like super self-conscious about. And if you like are like have enough of a rapport with that person, like you've already talked about the deeper levels of it, so like the surface level joking about it is now okay, right? And like there's a person who Galaxy has a crush on, and like they'll be talking about a conversation that they're having with them, and I'll be like oh yeah, and did you have that conversation that you're supposed to have about like revealing your feelings? And they'll just be like like no, like, and stop like fucking what do you call it, like
Responding?
no, that it's, I'm doing it from their perspective. They'll be like, no, I didn't, and like stop pestering me about it. How about that? You know?
Oh wow. Okay. I will never bring it up.
No, and I go, okay, I won't bring it up until the next conversation that we have about this. And like it's
wow.
just
Why are you being like that?
because it's not something that upsets them to the point where like it's persistent, right? Like we have a rapport about this where they know that every time that they bring up this person, I'm gonna bring up the fact that like they are still they still haven't had the talk with that person, and they're going to keep bringing up that person, and I'm going to keep bringing up the fact that they haven't had the talk. And it's like, that's part of the back and forth. It's not like an earnest, like never bring it up again. It's more like like I'm being hyperbolic, never bring it up again.
I never know when people are being hyperbolic.
I need that to be clarified for me too.
No, there's a very specific face that they make when they're talking about it, and it's like they like will like suck their teeth and like make their mouth really small, and they'll be like, and never talk about it again, okay? And I'll be like okay, like sure, whatever you say, like, and that's sarcasm because I'm gonna bring it up the next time.
Interesting. You know what? I was just asking Michael earlier. I was like, how's your situation with the other person that you're dating? And they're like, it's going pretty good, but I'm kind of feeling this more, to be honest with you. And I was like a deer in headlights. I was driving too. I was like, maybe I should not have brought this up when we were driving. But good for people who are interested in dating people.
I'm gonna read what Blues said in chat. What basis?
Confused. Aren't you interested in dating Michael?
Yeah. Huh?
I'm gonna read.
You said good for people who are interested in dating people. And I'm just like, how does that not include you?
Oh, I guess you're right.
I'm gonna read what Blue said in chat. What basis does astrology work from anyhow? There's always saying Sagittarius is happy-go-lucky, and I've yet to meet someone with the zodiac sign that meets that criteria as a definitive personality trait. Both my mom and youngest sibling are born on the same day. They're both Sagittariuses. Extremely happy-go-lucky people. Like terrifyingly.
Same birthday is really key to me.
Mm-hmm. Terrifyingly happy-go-lucky people. I wish they would calm down.
My mom is a Sagittarius, but I wouldn't call her the happy-go-lucky type. I would call her the type of person that just is an extrovert. But I think that's also because of the fact that like Sagittariuses are fire signs, and I think fire signs also get the extroverted typecasting.
The
Extroverted
basis
type.
of astrology, honestly, I think it's just like a game that we're all playing.
Yeah.
And
it's a game.
Like, technically the basis is the position of various celestial bodies in relation to drawings that old people made in the sky like 1,000 years ago.
2,000 years ago. 2,500 years
2,000,
ago.
damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even worse.
Yeah, like I think like people just like to this is my personal theory when it comes to like astrology and zodiac signs. I think with the amount of people who are making an exodus from the Christian church or like the Christian faith and stuff like that, or just Abrahamic religions in general, I think more of those girlies are starting to crop up in like zodiac spaces to like I don't know if like placebo effect is like the appropriate word, but I think they're like trying to like they're like latching onto that because like they're trying to find some type of like spirituality that isn't clear like super duper involved with Abrahamic religion. But I think the zodiac sign is like the Western zodiacs that we're messing with is kind of included in Abrahamic religions. I don't know. I think people are just vibing.
It antedates it. It antedates not Abrahamic religion in general, but a lot of the astrological concepts that we play around with were developed like in Jewish mysticism and like West and South Asia and North Africa, like during the like what do you call it, the turn of civilization when like the Sumerians and Egyptians were doing stuff. So rather than saying that like astrology is derivative of Abrahamic tradition, I would consider it like co-concurrent, that like it was developed prior to and then survived like Christian colonization.
Yeah.
Now, the basis for it is like you have to take into account a lot of different ideas about what people thought the world was like thousands of years ago, and like they had the model of like the four elements, so fire, earth, air, water. And they thought that everything was made out of the of different combinations of those things. And then like rather than thinking about the like we think of outer space as space, there's like nothing out there, and then there are small pockets where there are things like planets and stars. But the way that they thought of the sky back to 2,000+ years ago was there were multiple heavens that were basically spheres that spun around the earth, and the different things that were in the sky were locked into the spheres that they were on. And so like the specific tier that a specific planet was on was considered its own like thing that wrapped around the earth. So like Jupiter was on a specific sphere that was going around the planet, and like they thought that there was like a bunch of other things, magical things that happened on that spheroid that went around the earth. And like there was the sphere that had the stars on it, the sphere that had comets and meteorites, and there was the sphere that the sun was on and the moon, etc., etc. And like that was just the model that they had for what when they looked up at the sky, what they thought they were seeing. And they thought that the way that the spheres were what do you call it, over the ways that the spheres overlapped when you were born, like dictated what would happen in your life, or like the specific like it's what dictated what your fate would be. And the way that they told those stories was by mapping out the sky and then corresponding different not hemispheres, what do you call it when you break a sphere into a quarter spheres, breaking different aspects of the sky into different elemental alignments, and basically narrativizing what was going on in the sky using ancient mythology. And like that's another thing that was concurrent and concurrently evolving. The reason why the planets have the names that they are is because the ancient people thought that those planets were actually some aspect of those deities, like in the heavens. That like Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, what are the other ones? Saturn, Mars,
Uranus.
Yeah, but they couldn't see that far out. To be fair.
Oh.
Yeah. They weren't. I think that I think was Saturn the furthest planet that they could see before Galileo? I can't remember. But they would tell stories. That's the reason why we also have all of the different constellations, is that like they would tell stories and then point to the sky and say that like the reason why this specific formation exists is because of, and then they would tell like a myth about that person or that deity and explain like how they ended up becoming a constellation, what great deeds they did that resulted in them being locked up in the sky like that. And like what it ultimately ended up becoming was a mnemonic device for astronomy, right? Because now we have all of those shape formations and can refer to them to say like, this is where certain things are in the sky, but we have a completely different model for like how things hang in the sky compared to how people thought about them, thousands of years ago. But so what astrology is an attempt to divine, using a specific set of forms of divination, what a person's fate would be based on like the way that the heavens were lined up, the heavens and the planets being the like nodes through which the heavens were shining through a specific sphere. But how they were aligned in the sky at the moment of your birth. And basically like that was like your fingerprint for what like type of life you would live. I gotta head out, but it was nice talking to everyone. Star lessons with Buttercup. Thanks, Dreamtree.
Bye, Strangery.
Yeah, I'm remembering that they said what you could call them a while ago. Hold on.
That be talking.
True.
In fact.
What are we looking at?
Nothing in particular, but if you think about the different constellations in the zodiac, they're like the different segments on a clock face, right? Because there's 12 of them. And like people thought that the like as above so below, that's like a magical principle. And like if you were born at a certain time on a certain day with a certain with the sun in a certain sign, and like with these specific planets in those other signs, that like that was a way of mapping what like life choices you would make. And people spent thousands of years putting together entire libraries of what all these things meant. Or I guess, yeah, continue to mean. But what's funny is they did not account for the precession of the equinox, which is that roughly every 2,400 years, the earth wobbles in a way that results in the sun rising in
To answer your question, what's up?
The sign antecedent to the one that arose in 2,000 years before. So like technically all Virgos are Leos based on sidereal astrology, which takes into account the precession of the equinox.
So then we would just go back one sign. Then I would be a Libra. I don't want to be a Libra.
Wait, how late are you as a Scorpio?
I'm in the middle of the month. I'm on the 17th.
Oh, well, you might still be a Scorpio then.
Yay! I have change aversion when it comes to my zodiac sign. I was born a Scorpio, and I only want to be a Scorpio, and if I can help it, I will die in Scorpio season.
Right, but like, why do you have such a strong attachment to it? Is it just the repetition of it, or?
Oh, I don't know. I just like
Yeah,
it.
I vibe with
I
just
like.
liking stuff. No
Mhm.
explanation necessary.
But I think there might be one like I don't know. I think that with the weird reputation that Scorpio has, I kind of have like a preciousness about it, where it's just like you bitches are just
This
racist
word kind
towards
of
towards
it.
Scorpios.
Oh my God, what if? Actually, no. That would be a good conceit for a shonen manga, but I don't think I actually want to think
What,
critically
being
about the
racist towards
possibility.
Scorpios?
Not against Scorpios specifically, but like if there was a kind of like theocracy where they privilege people based on what time of year they were born. And like if there was that kind of like cultural structure, out of necessity there would need to be the like most hated, and like what would it be?
What are you talking about? Every world leader is a Cancer. Didn't you know that?
I mean, I have no idea what you're talking about, and it sounds like you're doing it a jokey tone, so I'm just gonna assume that there's like a weird attempt at gaslighting happening.
No, it's just a joke.
Uh-huh.
I thought it was serious too.
I didn't think it was serious. I thought it was a weird attempt at gaslighting.
Why would I gaslight you?
Why would you say something that's not true ever?
Because it's a joke. It's not meant to be taken seriously.
That's why I get lost.
No jokes ever, unless it's serious.
No, jokes are fine. It's like the difference between a joke that is just straight up a lie and a joke that is like I don't mentioning some like saying something because it sounds funny.
Yeah, it just sounds funny.
It doesn't. It's a lie.
It's not a lie. I was saying it jokingly. How would I know every world leader's birthday? How would I know their zodiac sign to then bring you that statement? It was a joke.
I thought it was kind of like how they say something like that about serial killers.
What?
Yeah. There's a meme that like there's a disproportionate number of serial killers who have like a specific zodiac sign.
What is it? Like a Cancer?
I think it might be Virgo.
Oh, whoa.
Oh yeah, Discord has finally decided to punish me. I was forced to
For what?
update.
Oh.
But I was gonna say, why wouldn't you want to be a Libra? Best sign.
Yeah.
Janae is my best friend, and I love her so bad, but her worst quality is indecision. And when I need her to like say something that is like imperative to the moment, she goes silent. And I've been attributing that to like Virgoisms because not Virgo, Libraisms because she's not the only Libra that does that in my life. And I was like, out of all of the like responses, the fight, flight, freeze responses, I would much rather just have a fight response than like just not say anything.
Mm,
I don't know if like that's your thing, because not all
it's
Libras are the
not.
same. But
That is not my struggle in this world.
but Janae also is not autistic. Um, I just there's just certain things that I've that has been attributed to like Libraisms that I'm just like I'm good. I like being a Scorpio. I like being I like people having one idea of my reputation and me dazzling them with my quirky, bubbly personality.
Yeah, I have a bunch of Virgo placements, but I do not want to be a Virgo. Grateful for those placements, though. Really keeping me grounded.
Mm-hmm.
I think I was wrong. It seems like Virgo's the least likely.
The least what?
Like
To be a serial killer.
yeah.
What is it? What is the sign that's most likely?
Uh I'm still trying to find like a thing that's like just a chart that I can read rather than it being like paragraphs of like hey girly, I know you like reading about serial killers, so here's like a little
really
thing that I
don't.
wrote. Here's the thing that I'm not talking to you, I'm talking about the abstract serial killer enjoyer.
Fan. Fans of murders happening serially.
Yeah.
I don't like these people who do that. I don't like the true crime fandom. I think that those people are fucking gross and live without empathy or compassion whatsoever.
I don't think that that's
Oh,
not,
my
I don't
mom
think
is
that's true.
definitely a true crime girly.
And
my issue with true crime as a genre is not even the lack of empathy and compassion, which maybe I should interrogate that. But it's more that true crime is propaganda.
Yes, that, but it's also like the thing about true crime that really like there's something about true crime that just jams my Glock. And it really has to do with like the folks who like talk about it all the time on YouTube. There's this one girl on YouTube, right? It's her in front of the camera and then it's her husband behind the camera. And she be like telling stories while doing her makeup, while doing mukbang, while doing this, while doing that.
Wait,
And I'm just like,
is she, I don't know, Singaporean or maybe Chinese? Stephanie
yeah, she's like some type of Asian. Yeah, she has a podcast on Spotify too.
My ex was a huge fan.
I hate that woman. I wish awful things for that girl. Not
Oh,
really,
damn.
but it's like I can't believe I can't believe you really sat here talking about this person's horrific murder and you're eating crab legs. And that level of disconnect and just it reads as disrespectful to me. It reads as like this is a novel for you when this was someone else's real fucking life. And you're reading this for views. So it's like for me, I think that the true crime fandom is a little brain brick. They're a little too terminally online for me. No disrespect to your mom. Sorry.
That's okay.
I have a lot of thoughts on this, but I'm hyper focused on the task at hand, and
that's a good thing.
Okay, so it says these 4 signs account for 40% of all like serial killers, right? So there's 12 signs total, but 4 signs account for almost half of all serial killers. And
I'm gonna gag if Scorpios are anywhere in there. I'm gonna gag.
The most common signs are Scorpio, Cancer, wow, Sagittarius, and Pisces. Interestingly, all 3 water signs are here.
What was the other sign?
Scorpio, Cancer, Sagittarius, and Pisces are the 4.
I understand Pisces and I understand Sagittarius, but Cancer, that's a little funny. I would have expected Gemini, honestly.
The Gemini and Taurus are the ones with the lowest number.
That's so funny to me.
They're tied.
I feel like you really have to push a Taurus to that point, though.
Yeah. And I think Geminis are more likely to just walk away from the situation than to like.
I have no
like,
idea what Geminis you know, Cup, because every Gemini I know has zapped out, gone ballistic, has crashed out so immaculately that it is actually insane.
I mean, I used to serially date Geminis, so I know what you're talking about. But also, they may crash fully out, like without putting anyone's life in danger, and then be like, "That's it. I'm literally never speaking to you again," and just literally never speak to you again. Like, no matter how.
Maybe it's the Gemini femmes or Gemini non-binary. Every Gemini man that I've ever dated has had serial killer vibes, except for Kendrick Lamar. And I've never dated Kendrick Lamar. He just does not give serial killer vibes.
I don't know. It seems like he might have killed everyone in Drake's entourage.
I mean, they deserved it. So I don't really call that a killing. More like a mercy.
He might have euthanized everyone in Drake's entourage. Or there was an interim thing that y'all were talking about. What was that I wasn't paying attention to?
We were talking about true crime.
Mm-hmm.
The true crime girlies and how they're brain bricked.
Yeah, I would love for a true crime girly to pop out on the scene with like abolitionist politic and empathy for the people's families.
Mm-hmm.
I think that
would be great.
I think that might be like an actual oxymoron. It's like what's a or like a paradox. What's a similar concept?
I don't think so, but I'm gonna let you finish.
Like a lifestyle and street photographer who was hypersensitive to people to people being subject to the surveillance state. It's like you can't do both, right? Like you take photos of random people on the street, like you're contributing to the surveillance state, you know? Like that's you're normalizing that like intrinsic component of the surveillance state. You can't be a like or paparazzo. That's an even better instance of it.
See?
Yeah. It's like a person who makes their money taking photos of people against their will, who like makes extensive blog posts about the surveillance state. It's like you can't do both. You can't do both.
Wasn't that a video game that Naughty Dog made where you were like some guy who was a hacker man or something like that, and you're like doing some surveillance against the state, but then you ended up getting caught by the state or something? What was that game called, Cup?
Watch Dogs 2.
Yeah.
There is somebody who has an art project where you can use their website to take a selfie using a like CCTV camera.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not the same as a paparazzo, but I feel like is an example of somebody like employing the surveillance state to like make a statement about said surveillance state.
How do I say this? So there's this person who there was an iceberg video. There was an iceberg that was going around YouTube around 2022, 2023. In fact, that iceberg scared me so bad that I had asked Buttercup to stay in Discord with me until I fell asleep. Thank you for that again, by the way. But I have found this person whose name is Nick Spears, and she is a transgender girl who is a filmmaker. specifically in the horror space, and she talks about a bunch of like really disturbing films and stuff like that that was a part of the iceberg. And the way she talked about these films is that she was like, listen, the top of this iceberg is all narrative. Once we get to the bottom of the iceberg and below, it's all just mixtapes of like people getting fucked up. And you have to understand that when it comes to like once we like transcend past narrative into mixtape, that there is a like a shift that you have to be considerate of. These are people actually getting hurt. And watching this is actually like morally questionable. Like you should be questioning your own morals and ethics for watching this. But also it's like some of these things just exist, and some of these things you can't really always avoid. And she talks about some of these movies and like mixtapes and stuff like that with an air of like this is a real thing that can happen. It might not happen to you, but it has happened to people, and you should be aware of that. And I like that vibe more than watch this super fucked up thing happen to this person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, the vibe of true crime in my experience is like they mask it in the like narrative and storytelling trappings of like journalism and documentary, but like it's about the internal shock value that people experience when they flatly say the horrible things that happened, right? Like that's part of the aesthetics of it. And yeah, and I think that contributes to the sort of paranoia that I have around what sort of cognitive state a person needs to be in to enjoy that kind of media, is that like just listening to someone calmly recite like horrible things that happened, and then like playing a clip of a person like on record, like being recorded screaming for their life, like trying to get out of a really bad situation, and then being like, the police didn't show for another 30 minutes, and it's just like, and by the time they got there, like and it's just like,
why?
Yeah,
Why
exactly. Yeah, precisely. Yeah, just like there's no cognitive reason in my mind for why I need like a real thing that happened delivered to me in this way, outside of like literally just trying to assess all the facts because it's in service of a thing that I need to do to help, right? Under any other circumstance, I have no interest whatsoever in having these like true stories about horrible things that happen to people like in my brain. Enough horrible things happen in the world that I don't need to meditate on like the journalization of shock media.
It's interesting because when I listened to Nick Spears talk about like once she got to a certain point in the iceberg, she was kind of like, it's kind of a shame that there isn't more like intentional analysis, like figuring out the why someone would want to turn on their camera and record this fuck shit, right? And it's more or less like just a bunch of dudes going like, yeah, look how this person got X, Y, and Z. Like she was like, there's opportunity here to really do some psychological analysis on not even just like the people in the film, but like the meta of like how this film even came to exist in the first place.
Okay, so
like there's conversations that you can have about like how people even got here, like the human trafficking that goes with this type of shit that we're kind of just gleaming over, and other sorts of things that happens in order for like this to become a viewable product. And I kind of agree with that, but I'm not about to do that. You feel me?
No, that is exactly in my philosophical and ethical wheelhouse. Like that is, I would much rather sit around and contemplate the why all day long than sit around listening to people talk about the how.
Yeah, and I feel that I just can't watch those movies. Like,
right, but that's what I'm saying is that you don't need that referent in order to arrive at the place of being able to theorize the why. Like, you don't need to engage directly with the media in order to speculate about why, because the why could be capitalism. It could be that, like, the shock value economy, you can look at the trajectory from what's a good example? What's a good starting point?
O.J. Simpson arrest?
No, way before that. And I'm thinking more like late night TV, where they have like the hot new comedian slash musician slash personality like talk on the TV show, and they have to like come up with skits and sketches and things to keep people engaged when they're on their way to fall asleep, right? Like late night TV. And like there's a specific kind of setup there where like the content is not narrative and it's not news. It is some third other thing where it's like a meta commentary on industry, or at least attempting to make one, but like also held tightly within it because like there's a ton of censorship and like they're not allowed to like talk shit about their guests and all these other things. Okay, so there's that, and then like reality TV, which also exists at this like genre defying nexus. Like the TV show Jackass, where they were doing sketches, or where they were just doing things for shock value to keep ADHD audiences looking at the screen. It didn't really actually matter the narrative content of the show. Game shows, the like Nicktoons, not Nicktoons, but like Nickelodeon game shows where like GAC and sports competitions, like there's a bunch of different types of media that are designed specifically to keep people's like dopamine and adrenaline stimulated in a very strategic way in order to get people interested. And I can imagine a person who is so zooted up on like just consuming media that's like that's supposed to like push you to the edge of your adrenaline, that like you could get become an adrenaline junkie and need something that's even beyond that in order to be able to like feel anything at all. And like stumbling on a piece of media that is like that is the extreme version of that for the first time, like could be something that you in a capitalist context value a lot and would be willing to spend a lot of money on. And there are people ready to exploit that market. The end.
Yeah. Yeah, the end. Well, yeah, that's actually like a big thing. It's like, oh my God, I don't know how far deep we can even get into this topic while still like keeping above board for Twitch. But yeah, people who have a lot of money have a lot of product in this industry. Or can you even call it an industry?
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah. Because there are just like certain films that are just like a thing, and you try to wonder like, how did someone produce this? How did someone actually like create this? And it's just some rich dude with like some awful, disgusting, no good kinks who just has access to like a lot of money. Or someone is being like a dick and they just sent you like a some fucked up shit a cartel did or something like that. That happened a lot on 2010's internet, I swear to God. Which was weird in itself. Like, how the fuck did y'all get access to that? Like, how did y'all get that?
Cartels have TikTok.
No,
I did not want to know that.
Yeah.
But it's not like shock, like gore type material. Their TikToks are like, well, I guess it depends what you find shocking or gory, but it's them like harvesting and packaging plants.
I guess you have to do something to make your. Yeah, I guess you have to do something for PR. You know what I mean? Like, Oh boy. What were we talking about?
Yeah, I'm lost.
True crime, and you started apparently dysfunctionally interrogating the why.
Oh my gosh. There was a person who actually got banned off of YouTube for posting just gore content and calling it true crime. I think their name was like Plagued Moth or something like that. They got yeah, they got their whole account like super deleted. Like you can't even find them on YouTube anymore. But what you can find is a bunch of people in like the that weird space on dark YouTube that are just like, yeah, and we're glad he's gone. And I was like, okay. Apparently we're not alone in like the idea club that there should be ethics when it comes to like horror media and other adjacent types of media that are related to it.
Oh no, I never had any illusions about the fact that the conversation about like why horror hasn't been persistent since its inception. Like we were bringing up Mary Shelley a couple weeks ago, and like the contributions that she made to early monster horror, and it's like even back when she was publishing, people were being like, why are people writing things like this? like what the fuck is the point? And I just maintain, as a person who specifically like enjoys internal logical consistency, enjoys aesthetic, what do you call it, unity in the media that I consume, like is averse to not chaos in all forms, because there's versions of chaos that I do like, or that like I like things that are chaotic good, right?
Yeah, like me and Mio.
Mm-hmm.
Agree or perish.
Huh?
Notable
Agree or perish.
Agree or perish. Yeah, but like horror like seems incapable ethically of justifying its own existence, but it's also so alluring to people that there's no way that it's going anywhere. It's kind of like use of certain substances, where it's like, okay, but if you tried to outlaw it, like people would just make like softer, weirder, and potentially more fucked up versions of it, and just do it secretly. And like and there's a part of me that thinks that, you know what, I think I might have just solved it. I think I actually just solved it.
I like kind of disagree with you on like horror not being able to like justify its own existence. I think that horror does, in the fact that there are just so many people who use it as like a mirroring tool, be like questioning some of the things that like spooks them, or be like questioning some of the things that like gets them going, get the juices flowing, you know?
That's not a justification. Not a justification.
Why isn't it a justification? Like, I feel like it's like a tool for like, some people use it as like a tool for self-reflection. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that doesn't make it a justification. Like if a person who was severely morally depraved was using a tool for self what do you call it, self-reflection, we wouldn't consider that a justified act. Like yeah, like if a person like had desires to do something really, really horrible and was like, I'm gonna watch this media that is depictions of the thing that I want to do, like We would not therefore be like, oh, it's a good thing that this person is using this as an outlet instead of doing the horrible thing. We would be like, we need to figure out how to help the person not want to do the horrible thing.
Well, yeah, but you need to at least be able to identify and talk about the horrible thing.
I don't
before
disagree.
being able to, like,
Listen. This is a completely different conversation. I'm saying that it cannot internally justify itself. I'm not saying that there is no utility whatsoever for it. Period. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that.
What do you mean by justification?
Yeah, I would like to hear an example of a genre.
Okay. Romance is propaganda, right? They are trying to. The justification for the existence of the romance genre is maintaining and establishing and maintaining the romantic escalator so that people will continue to buy product for the purpose of maintaining the Valentine's Day chocolate industry and diamonds and like hearts in all their forms, right? Like this is the reason why this exists. Is it a good reason? No, but it is an internal justification for the perpetuation of this thing.
I wouldn't call that the justification of the romance genre.
I think I just need to Google what justification means. Just give me 1 second, because maybe where I'm using it, I'm thinking of it
and like
wrong.
justified to whom? Society?
Internally justified. So, like if you ask what is the reason why this exists, you can say using the piece of media itself to explain why it exists.
I'd say the romance genre exists as an outlet for like creative expression and communicating social mores regarding romance.
The maintenance of the romantic escalator. That's what I just said.
That doesn't have to be a maintenance of the romantic escalator. You can have romance that doesn't do that part.
No, I mean, it's weird because I'm using something very similar to justify at the same time horror, because like to me, right? What is it? Horror is used to justify what? Like we have I don't think Halloween has existed before the concept of horror as a medium, but Hallows Eve and that pagan holiday shit, the capitalization of those types of holidays, I think that is the justification for like shit like Halloween or like shit like Christmas movies or like shit like any of those other types of like genres and stuff like that. So if we're going to use that as to like justify romance, then we can use that to justify horror.
I don't think that's okay. Here's the thing. I got interrupted when I was saying I think I solved it. I figured it out. I have discovered the internal justification for horror, but it's different from what y'all are talking about, and but related to what you just mentioned, the like perpetuation of these sort of horror stories. It's a consequence, a natural consequence of the puritanical whitewashing and Christianization of human mythology over time, because we've been telling stories about gods and monsters eating people's, like biting people's heads off and doing horrible things to humans, and like humans have been doing horrible things to each other for such a long time that like it like was normalized for a while, and like like not to say that it's a good thing, but it is also definitely a component of human existence that like people would have to go hunting and flay, skin, take the intestines out of animals in order to prepare them for food. And that's a thing that we have been alienated from. And so we don't have the ability to express ourselves in a way that's understandable, in the fact that we've got epigenetic history to these sort of gruesome realities of the everyday. And it's similar to what Puritanism did with sex, is that like they made it difficult for people to even conceive of, let alone talk about. And I think that horror is a consequence of that. That like it's almost like a what's that word? A recoiling of the storyteller's impulse to talk about like a thing that happens still in the world today: mass death, horrific acts perpetuated by people toward other people, and it gives them an outlet to be able to contemplate and talk about those things, whereas the majority of society is trying to tell stories for all ages, because that's the thing that accrues the most capital. So it's become a sort of like offshoot niche component of mainstream media, because there isn't a lot of space for people to tell stories that are simultaneously true and gruesome.
I feel like that is an explanation for the texture of the horror genre, but I feel like the existence of those like scary stories, like in a time before puritanical cultural hegemony, means that there is an impulse older than puritanical cultural hegemony to want to engage in that kind of material.
I think that you go ahead.
I think like rather than a pre-hegemonic puritanical repression era impulse for people to engage with that kind of media, I think that it was an inescapable component of life. And that's the difference. Rather than it being something that people longed to engage with, it was something that was like so normalized that it just was incorporated into stories. Like the Greek epics, the Iliad and the Odyssey, were talking about like tens of thousands of people dying, like in one-to-one, one-on-one combat. And like that is a thing that was persistent for 1,000 years in the Mediterranean, is that like people would be like, okay, let's get together in groups of tens or hundreds of thousands of people and go slaughter each other. And like that was just a normal everyday thing. So it was reflected in the storytelling. And that's a thing that's not necessarily true because of how many that's the thing that's not easily accessible because of how many barriers to that kind of daily lived experience we've established.
But I feel like the fact that life has not gotten less gruesome means that we have that same impulse and therefore reason for creating horror, regardless of the puritanical hegemony, like creating whatever particular texture to it.
Right, but I'm specifically talking about like horror media in the West, which has largely been protected from like knowledge of or firsthand experience in that kind of horror.
I don't know. I think I've got plenty of firsthand experience with that kind of horror.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that you do, but I'm talking about like the hundreds of millions of people who've lived on this continent for over the course of the past 60 or so years, especially after the invention of theatrical cinema and the coming of age of cinema through the propaganda era in the 1940s. I do think that between the 1950s and up until maybe the turn of the century, for 50 years, there was a era of time where people were insulated heavily against the horrors of the world. And pieces of media that captured those horrors were considered like particularly separate and gruesome from the majority of media, which was made for children and did not address those realities.
I feel like the horrors that human beings have never been insulated from include intimate partner violence, illness, mental illness in particular, poverty, like we don't have to like flay a cow or anything, but we do have to like care for our aging loved ones, like try not to be out on the street. In many cases, people are straight up fighting for their lives because I'm pretty sure intimate partner violence was way more common back then, even. And so the same justification that existed back in the day should also apply today.
Again, I think that the popularity and consumption of these forms of media, similar to what Reganis was saying, is people like holding up a mirror to themselves and trying to figure out how to parse complex feelings that are tied more to our epigenetic history, to these more gruesome like, again, like graphic. I'm trying to think of other words for, like, because like I'm not disagreeing at all with the like that those psychological horrors are like what folks who view and process horror media in general are like that's the trauma that they are either parsing or reenacting by being fans of this type of media. But like but the like I don't know. I feel like if we're talking about this, like cycles of
trauma,
and like how people being desensitized to something causes them to feel like shock in response to seeing something that they haven't been exposed to. That like there's a reason why. What are you gonna say, Reganis?
I was going to say that happens on both sides of the spectrum. Like when folks have been like super duper traumatized and they run to horror and stuff like that, they're usually doing it to try and parse what they're doing. But what ends up happening is that they're not reaching out to any like professional or anything like that.
Yep.
They're just raw dogging the media, and they end up becoming super desensitized. But then there's other people who are like the girl that I was telling y'all about earlier, Nick Spears, who was like, this is really bad media, but I have personally been on the other side of a lot of hateful shit. And because of that, and becoming more aware of my personal psychological welfare through talking to professionals,
therapy.
I'm able to like be a lot more empathetic and not just like be like, hey, look at this shiny rock. It's a gore video. You feel me? Like, I feel like there's a lot more intention, because I feel like when folks do that, they also realize that they're not the only person who is doing that, and that there's really nasty folks who were a little too at the ready to take advantage of people who are in these scenarios.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's that. I think that's kind of what I'm talking about too, is that like when I acknowledged earlier that like it's an outgrowth of the suppression and censorship of that resulted from puritanical I mean, the satanic panic is enough justification, I think, for this in general. That like there are people who are at the ready to be like, ban movies that have this kind of thing in them. And like I remember my parents talking about like Stephen King and thinking that he might be demon possessed and like all this other stuff. And
that's really funny.
Right, but and like not letting us watch there's a lot of different stuff they wouldn't let us watch, but What I'm saying though is that I think that horror media is an outgrowth of this suppression, and similar to what I was saying about the really really bad shit, the like snuff films and shit, that like there is a market intrinsically of people who want like to be thrilled and to be exposed to things that they like are not normally exposed to, and like that's the reason why sex sells. That's the reason why horror movies are popular. That's the reason why thrills of all kind exist. It's to, and you can think about other exoticized types of thrills, like the freaks in carnival and circus contexts. Like those are just normal people, but like people will pay money to go and look and point and laugh, and people are willing to receive money to live just by being that kind of a spectacle. And I'm thinking about horror in that similar vein, that like people are capitalistically strategizing, how do I maximize the thrill, and then they put that on screen and then it works, and then they say, okay, how do I refine the process of maximizing the thrill, you know? And like I think there are entire art forms that are based on like that impulse plus that skill development.
It's so interesting because it's like I feel like when it comes to this type of media, you can definitely like get an like I feel kind of shitty saying this, but there is an art to horror media, in my opinion. There is an art to making someone's spine chill. There is an art to making someone shudder. Oh my God, John Waters is a nightmare himself because I mean, I liked Pink Flamingos, but I also understand why some people would not like Pink Flamingos. And it's really interesting because like I feel as if like some of the best works that you will see in the horror media come from queer folk. And I feel as if like that whole genre, you feel me, especially of like early 21st, late 20th century queer filmmakers who are making horror media. I think they were talking about something very specific. Like there's this one really fucked up dude that I don't want to talk about. He made this movie called Solo.
Oh, I wouldn't know that. I don't, please don't. If you don't want to talk about them, I don't want to think about them, but just give the example in service of whatever you're trying to say.
Okay, but he basically was making a movie that was he's a gay man who came up in like the last years of Mussolini's reign of terror over Italy. You feel me? And he made a whole movie basically talking about what that experience was like. And people like John Waters really loved that movie, even though it was like, whoa, like that. Oh, but it's interesting because like the film itself had a lot to say, and bro died for that film. Bro died to keep that film out in the open and have people talk about it so that they can like accumulate anti-fascist rhetorics and stuff like that.
Okay.
So it's like it's interesting how that movie is considered to be one of the most disturbing movies and is on that iceberg, but the whole message of it is like anti-fascist and shit like that. And I think that's why John Waters really liked it a lot.
Interesting. Okay, well maybe I take back having censored it then.
No, I still don't think that people should watch that film. It's just gross. Like it's just gross.
Okay.
And I don't recommend it.
Okay.
If you have a squeamish stomach.
All right.
That I do.
There was a thought that I had. What was the thought that I had? I had a thought. Oh, just that like when Layla was like, I don't think that people have been not exposed to these sort of horrors. Counterpoint, thinking about like the many children in my over the course of my life that have been in my life, and how much dedication adults seem to pay to shielding them from losing their innocence, finding out about domestic violence that's happening in the house, not giving them all the information when a partnership is falling apart, when people are financially insecure, when something really bad has happened to another family member. I've seen tons of instances of people being protected from things that would have definitely been traumatizing otherwise, but that would have potentially given them more context for their circumstances rather than, you know, sorry, daddy's gone. And like that gives people complexes for the rest of their lives.
Daddy's gone.
Yeah, like that, just leaving it at that gives people complexes for the rest of their lives where they're sensory seeking, like, okay, but what happened, you know? And that's kind of the kind of thing that I'm talking about. And I think that Layla is partially right that like women, queer people, marginalized groups, et cetera, were more exposed to and subject to at younger ages all of these things in a way that was direct and horrific. But like the larger white society was largely trying to while in it, like being the instigators of this kind of violence, protect like the white innocent youths from knowledge of this kind of violence as a rhetorical tool in order to prejudice them against the marginalized, right? Like if they don't get exposure to the horrible things that are happening in the world, then you can say like, look at all these gross people who do all this fucked up stuff. And the only reason why these people are gross or fucked up or doing fucked up stuff is because of early exposure to those things at your hands and behest, you know?
It's so funny because like I remember there being like a serious argument back in like the mid 2000s of why isn't there horror for like young people? Like why isn't there any horror media for young kids?
That's so backwards.
Nobody wants a lawsuit.
Yo, and I was like, but we do have horror media for young kids. It's called Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. It's called Courage the Cowardly Dog. It's called Goosebumps. It's called Jeepers Creepers. Like
it's called the 5 p.m. news.
And it's like, I mean, show me a kid who was watching the 5 o'clock news, unless their parents are just like that pilled.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
But it's just like, I think kids are very much so aware of like the circumstances that can happen to them. And I think that, but because of the fact that they are children and a lot of them are protected because of the fact that they're children, it just feels like a fantasy. And honestly, I'm just like, I'm of two minds. I'm of the mind that there's a bunch of fucked up shit that happens to kids every day, and there's nothing that anybody can really do to protect them real life. But it's also like if you do have a kid that you are and that you are in custody of, you would want to do everything within your power to make sure that they're not going to experience that. It's just weird.
Yeah.
I think that whole question of where's the horror media for kids is kind of messed up.
No,
because if you really think about it, like just living as a child, being a child in America is a horror movie, is horrific, especially if you're Black or just a person of color in general. It is a horror film. You're living in horror every day.
I mean, yeah, and
maybe the most oppressed class.
Yep.
Kids are the most oppressed class. Period. That's why Mr. Wood Burton made Kids Next Door.
I lost my thought.
I'm sorry, I got it a little
Hurried away. Got a little curried. Oh, I completely forgot about groceries.
Oh, I'm sorry. You got it.
No, what were you saying?
Uh-oh.
We're good. We have like 3 days worth of hot dogs and soup. But I forgot that.
Do you cut them into little octopuses?
No, but no. We don't. You know what? Maybe next time I make ramen, I'll do that. It's only
It's
good.
so
It's only
Are you
good
gonna
in.
make
Oh,
poached egg?
I just remembered the word, Layla, bento. Uh,
Bento.
A bento
yeah,
box?
yeah. Layla made
It's the
a bento. What was it? Soup?
what?
You made some sort of bento box a few days ago. Uh,
Oh, was it yummy?
I mean, that sounds
oh,
like
curry,
something I
curry.
did.
You made curry bento, right?
I mean, it wasn't technically a bento because it wasn't in a box.
Oh, it was just boxed curry. Okay, right. That's what
Yeah,
that's. I
yeah.
got confused.
Box was.
Yeah,
I
I
see. I
flipped it. I
wasn't
flipped
eating it
it.
in a box. It's the
It's
Japanese like box curry packet.
right.
Is what I was
It's
trying to
the
indicate.
brand. The brand is boxed curry. Yeah, got you. Sorry.
I don't think that's the name of it actually.
I
That's
I,
just
I think
how it is referred to colloquially.
when you said Japanese boxed and then curry, my brain in real time was like, oh, they're talking about curry that comes out of the box. But then I couldn't remember the word for bento box. And so I dedicated my a significant amount of mental energy to trying to remember that. And that's why I'm
Oh
moving
no.
back to it now, because I forgot that I had already resolved the other conundrum.
I ran out of weed.
Uh-huh.
What'd you say?
I think I ran out of weed. How did that happen? I didn't
Trashy.
smoke anything this week. What the hell?
Oh, I think they let you grow in Baltimore. I'm trying to grow this year.
I don't want to grow. I'm too lazy for that. No, I don't have a green thumb. Oh,
Well,
here it
fair
is.
enough.
Listen, I killed. No, I remember. Cup, do you remember when I bought a plant? I was in my first apartment and I was like, you guys, I'm all itchy. And then I was like, you guys, don't make fun of me, but like, do plants have pollen? And you were like, regardless, I don't know how
Oh
to tell
my.
you this, but yes. I was like,
Plants are in fact the only source of pollen.
no. I was so upset. I was like, no, I wanted a little plant baby. I gave it to my neighbor.
The amount of time that was the first instance I think of, and it's happened probably hundreds of times since, where you were really excited about something and I knew exactly the trajectory of how that was going to go wrong. Like I knew I was like, I could have plotted it on a graph, and I was just like, and if I say anything, like, she's just gonna get mad at me. Like, so
I'm just gonna
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. And then like a couple days later, you're like, oh my God, I think I'm allergic to this plant. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just
I was so upset. I was so upset, bro.
It's like,
I think I cried about it for like a whole day. Man, that was funny.
Yeah, okay, so I want to say this out loud as like part of my thesis, that like and I want to see if I can come up with any additional I think that maybe police procedurals might also be an expression of this same thing. That like not
Police
the same thing.
Procedural?
Yeah. That like a desire to actually witness justice in a world where like it's virtually impossible given the systems that are established.
Like NCIS and
Yes.
what was
Law and Order.
Captain America's girlfriend's name? Peggy.
Yeah, Agent
Yeah, the
Carter.
police procedurals. Yeah, Agent Carter. That was a police procedure. I actually kind of like that though.
I mean, Agent Carter wasn't so much a police procedural because it was dealing with a federal agent trying to solve like international and supernatural like mysteries. I would consider it like,
okay.
Yeah, like a
sidebar, like
political
ultra
thriller.
deep sidebar cut.
Okay.
Why the fuck? Hold on. Who just came in the chat? Who just came in the call? Because I was about to say something super out of pocket.
Looks like
It's
Vic.
me. Okay, Vic. Hey, Vic. So here's me, right? Why the fuck did they write Peggy? Who's the girl that that Steve Rogers gets in a relationship with after the fact?
Oh, her great niece.
Why the fuck did they write it so that he falls in love with their fucking niece? Does that not register as weird as fuck to other people but me? Am I the only one who thinks that's weird as fuck?
No, everyone thinks
No, it's not.
literally everyone thinks it's weird as fuck. I would like to go back to what I was saying. You like
Okay,
this is such a tangent.
like,
Everyone absolutely thinks it's weird as fuck.
okay,
Like there's no
I'm
one who
glad I'm
doesn't
not
think
the
it's
crazy
weird as fuck.
person.
There are entire YouTube like video what do you call it, playlists of Lord analysis analysts talking about how fucking weird that was. It's okay. You're not alone.
Okay, thank you. I'm not alone. That's all that matters to me.
Yeah.
I was so pissed. I was like, why is this person talking like as if this is not a problem? Like, why am I hearing this so casually? Like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, so the thing that I was talking about though is that like I think that a lot like there are specific pieces of media that rather than having internal justification, although I do think the police procedurals are propaganda, which does have internal justification, I think that there are certain pieces of media that exist as an outgrowth of an expression, outgrowth and expression of and reaction to the puritanical censorship and suppression of media, and people trying to access a common part of the human experience that they've been disenabled from accessing as a result of reality being curated in this very like structured Christian like things need to be good censored context. Like you could like it would be like asking like, why are there speakeasies during the during Prohibition, right? Like there's you can't internally justify the existence of a speakeasy, like especially ones that like might be losing money, but like if they exist primarily as an outgrowth of like the suppression that society has been experiencing, it's the same thing as illegal gynecological and obstetrics clinics, right? Like if you outlaw abortion, like why do these places exist? And it's like, well, they're meeting a need and providing a service, and that you could say is internal utility. But in entertainment context, if you suppress a specific part of the human experience, people are going to start telling stories that hint at, allude to, and explore right up to the edge of legality those ideas, because prior to that they were like available in abundance.
Yeah, I think that there's yeah, I totally agree. No notes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's so interesting.
Agree.
Also, wait, I do have a note, but kind of like adding on to just putting an S at the end of your Scrabble word more than like doing anything else. There are instances, like experiences that Black people have experienced, right, at the hands of like racist white folks that are just horrific. Like in my Africana Studies class, there were just a bunch of things that that my professor taught us about the lived experience in the 19th, 20, like up to modern era. And there were just so many instances of me just saying, are you like telling us a horror story? And she's like, no, this happened in this state at this time at this hour for this specific reason. Like I think of Oscarville and how that got turned into Lake Lanier. That's a horror story. But at the same time, there are Black people who are connected to Oscarville who have done something with that horror lore, you feel me? And have basically come up with like whole new mythologies that are based off of it. Like, you know how there was a couple authors out there during like the early 2020s. Well, we're still in the early 2020s, but there were some authors who were like writing fantasy stories about mermaids in the Atlantic Ocean, and when they explained where these mermaids came from, they were basically the descendants of the slaves, or they either were or they were descendants of the enslaved people who jumped off the ship. who chose the water over capture.
I think one of the Kizazimoto stories is a like interpretation of that story.
Yeah, basically. And it's the same sandwich with the Lake Lanier thing. Like there's mermaids in Lake Lanier, and they're the people who got trapped in Oscarville when they flooded Oscarville. So it's like, it's an interesting thing about how Black people interpret our own histories and like try to make it like acknowledge the fact that a horrific thing happened to us, but then understanding that there's like an other side to that horror and there's like room for something beautiful, as fucked up as that sounds.
Well, I think that is like what all storytelling has been through all of history, is a natural creative impulse on the part of people to help re-narrativize traumatic events. Like that's what storytelling, that's the reason why it's evolutionarily survived the 100,000 years of human history. It's been like, how do you explain to the children when a tornado or a flood or a drought or a windstorm came through and like killed half the people that they knew? Like, how do you explain that to them? And the answer is, you make up a story about some supernatural being that like did it for a reason, so that like we could do something else. And then the kids go, oh, okay, well now I have the motivation, the internal motivation. I've been lied to, but I've now gained the internal motivation to like want to go on, even though this person is gone. And funerals aren't for the dead, they're for the living, right? It's about narrativizing the person's life in service of like finding a way to keep going without them. And sometimes reframing their fucked up history into a mythology that like can help keep the family unified. And like that's the utility of storytelling, and it has been for, again, the past 100,000 years. And like when I was asking the question about the origin of horror stories, it's like, in this current climate, like what is the internal like motivation for there being an entire industry and genre dedicated to this specific thing? And it makes sense that it's a cancer on the side of puritanical Christianity, right? That like
I feel like that is an expression of horror, but the fact that this same like expression exists throughout human history, and like as Organa said, there's like other like impetuses for like creating horror, like the queer experience and the Black experience, means that like while puritanical Christianity, due to white supremacist cultural hegemony, is a large impact on the genre, it is not the sole impact, the sole like propagator of the genre.
Right.
And so I feel like it's a bit flattening to say that it's because of puritanical Christian cultural hegemony, when if there was no puritanical cultural hegemony, there would still be horror.
Okay, I'm acknowledging that the stories that people have told throughout all of history have had the rich texture of incorporating horror elements into every single one of them for the past 100,000 years, and that impulse has been suppressed and like popped up out of Western media as the horror genre, is what I'm saying. Is that like them trying to keep it down, it has ballooned out as its own separate thing that has been differentiated from the rest of storytelling, which
I similarly don't think that the romance genre can only be attributed to puritanical sexual anti-sexual mores.
I agree. Wait, Layla, I'm not in opposition to this at all. I think that like before the not invention, but like the onset of genre as it exists now, that like you could tell a story that was romance, horror, science fiction, fantasy, supernatural, thriller, like from a bunch of different perspectives, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And now like the genres that exist are branches of and suppression, like flattening of what a story can potentially be.
and that like horror as it's been codified is the thing that I'm describing. And same thing with romance, that like it's been formed into something different than what it would look like if it was part of the wider landscape of what kinds of stories are possible. That the romance genre is a tool of propaganda, but like romance in a story is not fundamentally a tool of propaganda.
Yeah, I agree with that, because there's so much, like, even Disney has done this. Like, if you take and this is not a top-down analysis of any Disney story. This is just like using it as like an example. But like, if you were to take the romance out of Beauty and the Beast, it's just a story of like a werewolf that took a girl hostage and she managed to like turn him back to normal. Or just stayed in hostage, because the romance, like in order for him to return back to normal, that requires the romance. But with the romance element added to it, it allowed him to return back to normal. But even then, like, but even then, that's like kind of like a like, you can say that the theme of that was normalcy or mundanity meeting the supernatural, and mundanity overcoming the supernatural and bringing the supernatural into the mundane via love. And you can even take that over into DreamWorks as well with Shrek, and how the princess was normal, became a supernatural element, then fell in love with another supernatural being, and then like had supernatural kids with him, and found family, her found supernatural family through that. And so like, it's interesting, like the different types of like things that could be seen as a horror film, but because of the introduction of a romance, it turns it into something completely different. And I don't think it immediately serves capitalism, but because of the fact that the two biggest capitalistic companies, Disney and DreamWorks, created those films, you could say that it does lend itself to capitalism at the end of the day.
Yeah. I want to apologize, Layla, for cutting you off before. It seemed like we were in disagreement, or like that you were asserting that we were in disagreement, and I didn't think that we were.
I guess what I'm reacting to is like statements like horror is a cancerous outgrowth of puritanical society, when like maybe more specific language would be less reaction provoking, like the horror film industry, like in the United. But even then, I feel like there are exceptions, like within that category, that statement doesn't necessarily apply to.
Here's me. I just want to say, so long as there is like some sort of like other, like an element of an other, so long as there is some sort of oppressive force in a society, so long as there are people, like the concept of fear is a thing, there are going to be people who are going to write down the things that invoke fear in them and call it something related to horror. Like, it might not be a narrative horror story, it might just be a fucking grimoire. But it is something related to it. And I think that exists before capitalism was a thing. But due to the fact that capitalism is a thing, you feel me, it transfigures into something new. When you introduce an old concept to a new force, it transfigures into something new. It transfigures into something different, which is how you have these different types of horrors that invoke these very old horror stories that invoke modern tropes, modern themes, shit that has been developed within like the past 2 centuries. I'm going to call modern.
Yeah. Yeah, and I personally, as a philosopher, am like a big picture. Like, I have no problem, what do you call it? Skipping on the nuance and exceptions to to all the nuance and the exceptions to the model that I'm establishing. And like, sometimes the nuances can help to like alter the model, but I'm talking in extremely broad strokes and fairly uncritically in service of coming up with a model. And I have no problem with the model being contested at the end of the day. But like when I'm making these sort of assertions, it's like to give myself a better umbrella understanding of a phenomenon rather than like looking at every single data point and saying like, ah, yes, this is all accumulated and accreted into a thing that I can now give name to. It's more like solving the epistemic injustice of not being able to understand the internal justification for the horror genres in film, books, TV, comics, etc., in the modern era. Like I can say like, oh, like it makes sense to me when I look at the shape of it to say that it is an outgrowth of a specific kind of or not an outgrowth, but a reaction to a specific kind of trajectory that people were trying to push culture in, and this offshoot occurred and has been reincorporated using capitalism into this trajectory that the society was trying to push for. Like rather than saying that like, oh, we wouldn't be telling horror stories if it wasn't for the puritanical suppression of society. It's that like, no, the reason why we get the specific texture and kinds of horror movies like supernatural thrillers like It and Freddy Krueger and Jason like are a consequence of like suburban satanic panic, right? Like that's like they're literally both the initiation of and reaction to that phenomenon. It's like it's interesting. There was another thought that I had though. No, I like regardless. I liked your analysis about Disney movies. They're like, if you like, they're basically genre mashups. Like it would just be horror if you didn't make it a romance.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Some of them anyway.
I think Beauty and the Beast would still be a horror, actually.
Yeah, like the thing of it is that like the musical aspect and like the brightness of the film, even like the darker moments, there's just like a certain tonal flair that was going on, at least in like the what was it? When did it come out? In like the 80s or something like that?
Early 90s.
90s.
Yeah, the early 90s. There was just something about like the coloring in the movie that was just like very bright and accessible and just easy to consume and digest. So it's like it's very hard to call it a horror movie, even though the elements are very much there.
I think there's something there that wasn't there before. Sorry.
I did not observe this watching Beauty and the Beast. I watched a TikTok that asserted this. So this has been 0% fact checked. But one woman was saying that she would never show Beauty and the Beast to her child because it establishes a pattern where I think the Beast hits Beauty and she leaves and she comes back to him.
I don't think
no, he doesn't hit her, but he does hit furniture that was within her general direction. But I do see the point.
Yeah, I see that. There is like there is like a soft core abusive dynamic that is happening and like a very much so I can fix him kind of approach.
No, okay. If we're doing class analysis of this film, this specific film, like there are servants who love serving. There is a person who is trapped inside of a castle. The main character is a prince who is extremely rich and shitty. Like there's so much class analysis possible there.
I feel like a child going into a young woman is not likely to encounter servants or princes, but is very likely to encounter a romantic partner who has been socialized by patriarchy to be violent.
I'd like to hear what Victoria has to say.
I have my own. I do have agreements with this parent and what she wants to show to her young child, and I feel like this could at least spark a conversation about this if you do decide to show her this. But if this were, I don't know if it's my bias showing or because I've like watched this movie so many times and now I have so much analysis of it. I don't necessarily, if this were made by like a different company without considering all the various nuances in mind, then yes, I do see what I do remember, like looking at the behind the scenes approach for what they were trying to do with the beast. And while I do not justify his behavior whatsoever, because yeah, it is, because yeah, that was very scary to witness. The underlying thing is that it's implied that he was turned as a child, and thus because he was been coddled his entire life for this, the terrible social skills that would be already terrible as a human are like emphasized more because he is like a giant hulking beast. The I can fix him aspect that people mention within the context of the film, that I also personally disagree with, if at least within the narrative, and not necessarily like if it's been marketed that way, then of course that's how people interpret it. But Belle never necessarily has a moment of like, oh, I can fix him in the narrative. Like, sure, she saves the beast's life after he literally risks his life to save hers, but that doesn't mean he's off the hook. Once he starts yelling in her face again, she does the same thing. And he's like, if you hadn't run away, this wouldn't happen. He's like, if you hadn't frightened me, I wouldn't run away. And he doesn't say anything at first. He's like, I can't argue with that, at least internally. So once that whole scene is out of the way and they've established a mutual rapport, but not necessarily friends yet, as before the library scene, it's the beast who ends up realizing that he has feelings for Belle, and then he wants to become a better person for her. And then she starts noticing the changes. He's like, he's acting, a bit different lately. He's different lately. And that's when she starts to have feelings for him. So it's not necessarily a situation of I can fix him. It's a situation where the dude gets a reality check and realizing that he's been a giant temporal piece of shit, actually wants to befriend Belle, because at first, he was concerned about her being the one to break the spell, and then he actually gets to know her as a person. And then his humanity shines through, and she notices it.
Okay.
If this were written, sorry, go ahead.
No. You go ahead and finish. You seemed like you had a closing statement.
Yeah, I feel like if this were written with any other person who just in like previous incarnations of the story, it is an I can fix him scenario, or rather, the beast is just harassing her to marry him so the spell can be broken. But obviously, that doesn't. That's been changed. So this interpretation is somewhat, in the grand scheme of things, better in comparison, because the previous version of the story is Beauty, will you marry me, over and over and over again until she leaves. He ends up dying, and then she ends up, and then in an attempt to save his life, she says, "Yes, I love you. I will marry you." No build-up whatsoever.
I think we as like older people in this chat may have mixed up the Disney story with the original story that was done by, what was it, like the Grimm brothers, or what? Who was it?
No, it was
ancient French. Fucking
French, and it was a young woman who wrote that. Well, a woman. I don't know her age exactly, but that ended up being the popularized version.
Yeah, I think we may have mixed up the story, but if this is the real rap, then that's the real rap.
Oh, what? No. Just now, Vic was talking about the movie. What?
Right.
They didn't miss a beat. They just only said things that happened in the movie.
Yeah, and I'm saying like maybe in our interpretation of Beauty and the Beast, we as older people or whatever may have like mixed up our stories.
Who's we? Who are we talking about? Who's us?
Okay, then never mind. I'm just speaking for myself.
Okay.
My bad.
I'm so confused. Okay. There was another thought that I had when Vic was reciting the story. I mean, okay, the criticism of a person socialized male and developing like toxic patriarchal and violent behaviors, etc., and like modeling that as a okay thing or a thing that's possible, so like you can kind of brush it off. I don't think I agree with that analysis, because like Vic said, Belle like stands up for herself consistently, but in the
she's been dealing with that.
Sorry.
Because she's been dealing with Gaston's weird ass. She's like, I'm not gonna take this shit from you.
Yeah, in the beginning of the movie, Gaston is like I'm going to marry you, and she's like, hell no, you're not.
He literally invites the whole town to set things up outside her house
to propose.
Then he's like, first I better get in there and propose to the girl. And the entire town laughs. This is like a little hee ha ha. And then he stalks his way into her house.
Yeah, Dagger says Gaston is Beast's foil. They're both man children, and one of them is capable of growing, the other one isn't.
I would like to say for the record that I vehemently hate Gaston with my entire being. So if there's extra emotion in my voice when I talk about him,
I think that it was a huge mistake for whoever initially mentioned Beauty and the Beast to mention Beauty and the Beast in Vic's presence. I'll be completely honest with you. I don't think we'll ever orbit back to what we were trying to talk about before.
I'm sorry, I had restraint initially, and then the mention of Beast's characterization was brought up, and I'm like, I have to correct this immediately.
Yeah, like I was saying, I'm just going to leave this at an example, and then you niggas got into it. So this is not a Reganis thing. Is y'all niggas?
I didn't say that.
No, I said that.
I was the one who did it.
Layla.
It's okay.
I want to move past this topic, to be quite honest with you, because I got 10 minutes left. I gotta go to a D&D night, and
all right,
you niggas are funny.
You're gonna go play D&D? Who's game master?
I'm not playing. It's not D&D. It's like it's this game called Parsley. It's,
okay.
You can look it up. But it's basically like a game that you can play online with friends. You have a story, and you can converse in the group chat, but you have to be able, in order to like progress the story, you have to type your actions in the chat.
Got you. I see.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like imagine like playing a computer game on like an IBM machine or something like that.
Yeah, I see. It is this is extremely U-coded. This is maybe like the most 110, maybe 150% Reganis coded thing I think I've ever seen in my life. Cool. Good. Sounds fun. It's a blast.
Yeah, it's really fun. I think you would like it, Cup.
Okay, I'll hold off on making any sort of judgment whatsoever. Word, yeah. See if you can wrap me into playing it. I want to do a little bit more of a slightly more in-depth analysis of the thing that I was talking about before. I was saying that like I think that there are other instances of this kind of outgrowth in having parts of society cordoned off, that like our inability to talk about, because like again, this is like maybe archaic revisionism or something to say that like, oh yeah, like violence in the context of having to slaughter our own food, like the normalcy of like, I don't know how to phrase this in a way that's not going to be triggering people, so I'm not going to, but like the across the board normalization of different kinds of intimacy prior to quote unquote civilization, stories having a ton of different a ton of different complexifying components to them, including having elements of horror and like thrill oriented twists and turns, was like a thing that was a part of, you know, all of human history. And then but the shape that society needs to take in order for it to adopt a puritanical Christian like Christo-fascist shape means that like everything gets squeezed in such a way that wherever there are holes, things compartmentalize. Like if you'll excuse the like the visual, because it's not very what do you call it, thorough. But like the existence of things like the like sex work industry and like children's media and horror as a genre and like even evangelical or like propagandistic, like pure propaganda stuff that is made by and for religious people, like even that is its own like sort of cancerous outgrowth of this process, because like I'm thinking about all of the stuff that I read when I was a kid. There's the Layla, are you familiar with the Left Behind series?
No.
Okay, so there's a series that was written by these two evangelical like founding fathers, and it is a story about, it's a narrative fiction that takes place at the rapture and for the 7 years during the reign of the Antichrist after the rapture, and is about like the few people who, after witnessing like however many billions of people getting like disappearing suddenly and the world going to absolute trash, that like a bunch of people were like, oh shit, we should have been Christian this whole time, and like formed a coalition / militia that was intimately involved with all of the like satanic politics that are happening after the rapture, and then like eventually like lead people into the time after the earth where everyone finally gets fully judged and sent permanently to hell or permanently to heaven. And like that was the plot of this book series, and it was popular enough that like they actually made a like there's a movie adaptation of the first book. And but like there was like media that's like that. It's religious science fantasy. That movie was so bad. It was really, really, really bad. But like God's Not Dead, and I don't know, does anyone know other pieces of media in that like genre of, or like that larger genre of things? Yeah,
like religious propaganda,
conservative propaganda, like what is it, lady something?
There was this one movie that I remember hearing about in theaters about a dog, and the dog gets reincarnated into another dog or whatever. And at first I heard about it, I'm like, oh, this is really cute, sweet little movie. I have no interest in seeing it. And someone said, oh yeah, this is like propaganda or something. I'm like, I'm sorry, what? Let me look it up, because I gotta check to see if I'm right.
There's also like a conservative movie that's like about a bunch of dudes who realize they're bad at basketball, but they're always going to be better than girls at basketball, so they can pretend to be trans to get really far in the WNBA, and like that's the plot of the entire movie. It's just like anti-trans like slapstick comedy, like transphobic slapstick comedy. No, not Joanna Man. This is fairly recent. I forget what it's called though. It's called Lady Somethings.
So they remade Joanna Man.
Yeah, but like Joanna Man like was like I feel like a lot of the 90s era transphobic media was like not like knowingly, willfully, intentionally politically transphobic. It was this is a thing that is funny, and we're going to, and we as clowns are going to run this joke into the ground, right? Versus, conservative media, which solely made the movie as a like in service of hoping to piss off liberals. Like that's the only reason why this movie got made. Like no one thought it was funny, including the people who made it.
Found the movie. I don't see anything about it specifically being Christian propaganda, though I did see that that the film adaptation was controversial for how they treated the dogs on set.
What is it called?
A Dog's Purpose.
A Dog's Purpose? Oh God. It's like, I mean, I don't know if All Dogs Go to Heaven was religious propaganda, but it's giving me like All Dogs Go to Heaven meets what was that movie? It was about the three Homeward Bound. A Dog's Purpose. Oh, I hate this.
Pretty much. Yeah, it's pretty much like what you described, but like live action, which was where the controversy about the treatment of dogs came in. It was either that or some other dog movie.
What's the plot? Because the director of this movie, like I was like, oh, I wonder what the director's personal life is like. Hallstrom married media personality and actress Malo Hallstrom, but in 1974, but they divorced in 1981. In 1990, he met actress Lena Olin, and they married in 1994. They have a daughter in 2011. It's like this is not the personal life of a Christian propagandist. Hallstrom turned vegan in 2014. Yeah.
Either that or I confused with some other dog movie.
Okay. Hachi, A Dog's Tale? What is this? Is
Isn't that the one about Hachiko?
Yes. This is the first time that I've ever heard of this, so I'm...
You have?
This is the first time I've ever heard of this.
Really?
Yeah, I am not a person who watches movies about animals.
Well,
and this came out in 2009. This was when I was doing a bunch of drugs and in a rock band, so I never got around to watching this.
I'm at least familiar with what it's based off. I never actually saw the film.
Oh, say that again, Vic.
I said I'm familiar with like the source material that was the inspiration for this film, but I didn't actually see the film.
Okay, I don't know anything about Hachiko, and I don't want to learn now, so we're just going to move on, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
Dagger says, if you're going to give me propaganda, make it look good, because then you have no taste if the aesthetics suck. And they usually do for Christian propaganda. Yeah, that's...
Wait a minute, they put a white man in... Okay.
If you're going to make...
It's an American remake of a Jeff... Oh, for God's sake.
I again want nothing to. I want no additional information about this story, like real life or the movie in my brain. I want it. I don't want it.
Moving on.
Yeah. Yeah. So a funny thing that happened in the like mid 80s was that televangelists and radio pastors were making a lot of money and a lot of headway in the political arena, and so they ended up hiring people who didn't know any better to make their propaganda. And during that era, that's when it was actually at its best, because like they would outsource to like Japanese studios, like, hey, we want you to make a bunch of like anime that our kids can watch, because there's nothing over here that's puritanical enough for us to be able to share with them. And then they made things like Superbook, thinking that with the like the very let's say poorly interpreted understanding on the Japanese people's part of what the thesis of the Christian propaganda was supposed to be. But now, like, when folks like let Christian filmmakers, like, give Christian filmmakers millions of dollars to make movies, they make things like God's Not Dead, or they spend the entire budget on just hiring a single big name actor to carry the entire like production, basically. Which is tragic, and we're headed for a new era, I think, of horrible versions of that, because with a fully fascist top to bottom government in place, my guess is that it's going to be a lot harder to make liberal media, just because they'll be like, well, if I don't like it, then I'm going to stop it from being publicly available for people. And it would not surprise me if we were headed for an era of media where like stuff is like either it's like fun for the whole family and aesthetically horrible, or I'm not gonna fund it, is a thing that I can imagine the next decade being texturally like
Wait, you said decade?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, why am I surprised? Of course, it's going to go on for longer than 4 years.
I mean, hopefully. I mean, here's the thing: is it would not surprise me, and I say this with no expectation that it'll actually happen, but it would not surprise me if the person in the highest office in this country, who is like the age that many of my relatives were when they passed of natural causes, doesn't just pass of natural causes, and or because
like that's what they assume is going to happen, and that's why his VP is so young.
Yeah.
Oh.
And or like, because they insist on doing everything extremely publicly, I could also easily imagine a let's call it a button nation instead of
A what?
A button nation. Yeah, I'm using online. I just invented that word.
Elaborate.
In order to not say a word that might be like politically incriminating.
Wow.
Could you give me a hint in like the chat, because I'm
Yeah. Donkey ination. But ination.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Mule
okay.
ination.
Gotcha.
Yes.
I thought you were saying button-ation, like
no.
Same here.
Sorry, maybe my mic didn't pick up on it, but it's but-ination.
No, I heard the first two. I just thought the last part was like 2 words instead of.
Oh, ination. Yeah, got you. I see. But yeah, like, even if those things happen, I think that they got the ball rolling on the the conservative hate snowball, like, has collected enough kinetic energy, and again, they are holding all three. Like, there are no checks and balances, because the executive, legislative, and judicial branch are all majority conservative, fascist leaning conservative. So yeah, it's really difficult, like, without being a complete doomer, it's really difficult for me to imagine that, like, we do a heavy pivot in the opposite direction, or even balance the what do you call it, the scales at any point, but like within the next decade. I could be wrong. I would be happy to be wrong, but my expectation around 2008, when Obama first got elected, was that I was like, oh, so it like, so only 10 more years until like we're fully automated gay space communism. Like that's where we're going. Like black president, that this is a clear sign that we're headed in the right direction. And like within a decade, it was very clearly like let's just say that like I was living in Charlottesville going, oh no, oh no, oh no.
Oh
Lord. Yeah.
I thought I saw something, but I'll let you finish what you were gonna say.
Oh, you said you thought what?
Thought of something kind of related to this conversation.
Go for it.
I was just talking with my therapist about these feelings I've been having in light of this happening again, except now I feel more knowledgeable than and somewhat less panicked than I did. I mean, I'm still panicking, but not as intensely as I was when this first happened in high school. And I'm just doing like, I was sort of like reflecting on the feelings that I had, and also seeing what was new to me then that I now have the language for to describe now within this political climate and social justice spaces.
Epistemic justice is one hell of a drug.
Yeah. And yeah, because it was in high school, it was like the start of me fully getting into more things related to social justice and trying to seek out that information. And then years later, coming to the conclusion that the information that I was already gleaning from was mostly made by white people, which I am able to recognize now I'm more aware of like the idea of white liberalism within social justice spaces and whatnot, and just how exhausting that all is.
Well, if it's any consolation, you beat me to that level of understanding by like 6 years.
Oh, really?
Wait, how old were you when you first started like being like, oh no, white liberals have have infected my brain?
I'm gonna say my early 20s. Well, I'm still. Well, let me think. When I first started college, around the time, and like,
Can you put an age on it?
I'm trying to think because it was sort of like a gradual thing, and more so, and not like a heightened realization until much later. Because I was also surrounded by people who were able to clock it more quickly, and that, and then it sort of became a matter of like, okay, yeah, I see your point. Let me, but not really putting two and two together until like maybe 22, 23. I want to say.
Well, I am thinking, because like Obama was elected in 2008 when I was 20, and then
I was.
Why are you 19?
I feel like 20 is right. Wait, so I was born in 1988, August 1988.
Oh, never mind. I thought you were born in 89.
Yeah, no, yeah, because the election was that November. Yeah, okay. So Obama was elected in 2008, and then bunch of drugs and being in a band thinking that like the world was going in a great direction, white girl pilled. Not not consciously, just this ease of access, I guess. Snowpocalypse happened. I moved to Baltimore to make a movie. Moved to Nicaragua, came back, released the movie, started writing novels, found out about the term non-binary, and
Wait, how old were you when you found out about the term?
2013, so 5 years after. 25. And then it wasn't until late 2013, mid 2014 that I started like being like, oh no, like things might not be yeah, things might still super suck. Yeah. I think it took me fully like 6 or 7 years from like when I ostensibly might have been able to arrive from a philosophical and ethical place at things still sucking. I was like, no, it seems okay for me. For a very long time. So yeah, you're doing fine. If that's any consolation.
Okay.
The fact that kids are finding out about this stuff in high school, I think, is great. But like that was not information that I was miles away from having access to, in any way that like my brain could parse.
Yeah,
I claim to be a philosopher.
In high school was sort of when a lot of this was starting to. Well, actually, even before then, there was so much stuff happening. But high school was when I started to deliberately get more invested into this. So I think around 2015 was when I started. And then everything happened from that point forward. And then in college, which was a liberal arts college, and I met other people that came from similar and slightly different backgrounds than me.
Like
And
meaning
just,
black?
Yeah. I still talk to one person who I'm still friends with. They're black and autistic and non-binary.
Very, very cool. Cool.
Yeah.
It's up to y'all are still in contact.
Yeah.
I don't know. Am I still in contact with anybody from that era?
Oh wait, yeah.
What were you saying?
I think. Now that I think about it, I think that was also the first time I met another black autistic person who was raised as a girl. Actually, yeah, because up and for a majority of my middle middle school to high school life, that was well, no, I had others, but I knew of others, but I wasn't friends with them, or they the ones that could have been autistic were never properly diagnosed. So within my sequestered support lab, that's what they called it. I was the only black girl for a while.
Oh, that reminds me. There's a thought that I had about. This is our not weekly. I was gonna say weekly reminder. Maybe like semi-yearly reminder. I'm sure I say it more frequently than that, but like how much of a minority that we represent and how like okay it is to like acknowledge and sit with that. Like you're saying like, oh yeah, I didn't meet any other like black autistic like gender non-conforming people, and it's like, well yeah, they like we compose a 1% of the population. You know, like that's like a redhead saying like, yeah, and like outside of my family I just like spent my entire life never meeting another redhead. It's like, yeah, it's statistically unlikely that you would do that.
At least redheads have a barrage of media representation. What?
No, that's fair.
Some of it is not. If I
That,
want to see a black autistic gender non-conforming person in media, I gotta make it.
yes, that is true. Like to be quintuply marginalized. But you're right about media representation and how important that is. But like I think that it's also still like not valuable, but like other folks are more pro-social and like have more need for that kind of like mirroring than I do probably. But it is like comforting to me as a philosopher to like be like, oh, like there's 8 billion people on the planet, which is a number that like most people cannot conceive of, and like of those 8 billion people, like I compose a like cultural, ethnic, religious, gender, what other things? And political minority, right? That like but to be 5 times marginalized. But like it's going to be very rare for you to find people who match you in all of these different components, and when you do, like just because of the different textures of reality that people prefer or like try to generate for themselves, like there's a pretty high likelihood that even though you vibe in these 5 capacities, that you won't vibe in a way that's crucial to getting along with those people. And it's like that's rough. It's rough to hear, but it's also like helpful to me to be prepared for what kind of relationships I'm likely to have. Yeah. But like when things get rough at the end of the day, it's important to like find your found family and like rather than like constantly rage over minutia, remember that like we're all 5 times marginalized. 5+ times marginalized.
Yeah.
I think sometimes it can feel easier to put up with like my own like neo-fascist family than to meaningfully collectivize with my affinity group, just because like it requires so little work to give back into the fuck shit. As opposed to like working for and forging a version of the future that I actually feel happy with and or proud of. But it's just daily choosing to maintain boundaries and continue to defend and prioritize helping the marginalized. But I think that's all I have to say today. 8.5 hours into the pedal party. I got some work done today.
Oh yeah, I gotta make dinner.
Hell yeah.
Hold on a second.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything that they want to say? Layla, how are you feeling?
Oh wait.
I'm not looking forward to this upcoming week.
What's happening?
I gotta make sure I see my aunt at least one more time. I want to get COVID tested, specifically PCR tested. I'd like to get one more swim in. And also I'm flying to Atlanta on Thursday.
Atlanta?
And I have work. Yeah.
Woof.
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
I have no idea how long I'm staying in Atlanta. No idea how to pack. I have some idea of how to pack.
Well, do you know what the temperature is going to be? I'm hoping that it'll
I just assume warmer than here.
warm, slightly warmer. Yeah. Has it gotten warmer where you where you are, Vic?
Yes, there's the last of the snow is melting.
Oh, it hasn't fully melted yet though. Maybe.
There was still I was doing like service on on Saturday as part of like my job. There was still ice in like the water was some of the parts of the water was still ice.
Interesting. Yeah. I think that means that it's colder than I was thinking it would be.
Like we got like 1 to 2 inches of snow on like Tuesday and when no what no it was Wednesday. Wednesday I woke up to some out of a Bing Crosby song. And and then the last of it started melting and then it started melting away on Thursday. Friday was when the temperatures were getting back to the usual cold temperatures.
Okay,
But
well, sorry.
people,
You got it.
no, go ahead.
I was gonna say, regarding Atlanta, the coldest that it will get is 32 degrees over the course of the next week. That's the coldest it will get. That's the coldest. But the warmest.
I can't believe it's gonna get that cold.
Well, the warmest that it's supposed to get is I got to do the math in my head. 1 second. Why can't I do the math in my head? Brain, come on.
Get some water. I can't renew that thing now, but
72? Yeah. On next Monday it's supposed to be 72 degrees. Not this Monday, but next Monday.
I'm flying down. I don't know when I'm coming back because we're driving back. And it'll depend on my work schedule and my partner figuring out their car. And I don't know, I get like I love leaving, but I also get like a sense of dread before I leave. And yeah, that's starting to settle in, I guess.
That's why I get that feeling as well. I feel very cosmopolitan once I've settled somewhere. I'm like, yes, no problem. New place, no problem. But like all the time leading up to actually departing for that place, I'm like, what if I leave? What if I leave? What if I leave this thing? What if I forget to bring this thing?
Well, because of my ADHD, it's less of a what if and more a long series of memories of that exact thing happening.
Oh no. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go prepare myself some food. So excited, actually.
Oh yeah, Cup, I sent over my zine copy in the mail.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you. I'll keep an eye out for it. Is it do you know
Okay.
did you track it?
I did not.
Okay. That's okay. I will check the mail this week.
Okay.
But yeah, this has been the Petal Party with me, your host Buttercup, animator, illustrator, and sequential artist. Today I've been joined with Victoria.
Hello.
Layla. And previously Reganis Pink and Neo, who I hope is doing okay. She went into urgent care earlier. Yeah, I don't know what about or what for specifically, so hopefully she'll be okay. But she came in here and I was like, oh my bad, I actually need to go take a bio break, and she was like, I am at urgent care and I'll let you know how that goes. And I was like, oh, okay. So hopefully she lets me know how that went. But for now, I must depart. I hope y'all have a fantastic time zone and enjoy the time between now and when I see you next. Later, y'all.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.